time to speak. That way we can run in a very efficient meeting. I want to remind everybody as well that we have a public hearing at 5 o'clock. So no matter where we are in the agenda, we will stop at 5, go immediately to the public hearing, and then we will pick up the meeting shortly thereafter the public hearing. With that, I would like to call on Commissioner Elaine Bryant to provide the invocation and also to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance immediately thereafter. Dr. Bryant?
Thank you, Mayor. Let us pray. Father God, we are so grateful and thankful for the opportunity to come together today to carry on the business for the City of Tallahassee. We pray, oh God, that you will ordain our minds and hearts to do your perfect will for our city, for our citizens. We pray for those, oh God, who are suffering from COVID-19. We pray for others, oh God, that are experiencing all kinds of challenges in their lives. We pray that what we do will actually be a blessing to those of us who reside in this community. We pray now that you would guide our thoughts and that all that we do will actually bring you glory. This is our prayer. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Bryant, thank you very much. We certainly do appreciate it. Mr. City Manager, do we have any agenda modifications for the meeting today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, we do. Item 13.04 has been added to your agenda. It relates to the mitigation of large gatherings by Police Chief Lawrence Revel. Item 13.05 has also been added to your meeting involving the ratification of a tentative collective bargaining agreement with the PBA. Also, I'd like to note that on item 15.01, some of the text, I'm told, when the item was originally put out to the public was somehow lost and it was added back immediately. So if anybody saw that, that's what happened. Thank you, sir.
All right. Do we have any questions of the city manager on the agenda modifications? Seeing none, we will move on within the meeting. Are there any presentations, Mr. City Manager?
No, sir. No presentations.
Do we have any announcements?
No, sir. No announcements.
Excellent. We're going to move right into citizen input on the agenda items. Let me remind you that this is not on the public hearing items, which will be held at 5 o'clock. This is simply on our general business and consent and anything that's in our general meeting today. As always, let me remind the public that let's set the example for everyone that's watching worldwide this meeting on how to conduct the business in a respectful way. I know that we've got a lot of items that people are very interested in. Let's conduct ourselves in a business-like manner so that we can make the appropriate decisions and be able to move forward. I'm about to turn it over to Mr. Jim Cook, who will run the public comment section of this meeting. He will remind you of your time frame and make sure that everybody has the appropriate amount of time to speak. And again, with that, I'll turn it over to the Treasurer Clerk, Mr. Jim Cook, to run the public comment section of the meeting. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. As we get started with public comment, Mayor, just want to make sure that we're in sync here on what will work best. We have a number of speakers who want to speak on consent items, and I think we'll take all of those here at the front of the meeting, since consent is usually taken as a package, and you as commissioners can make adjustments as you need to when it comes time for the vote. In addition, if you'd like me to, I'll go ahead and take the speakers on policy items. We have a number of speakers on 1301, which would be the first item there anyway. If you'd like for me to take them, wait until after consent, I can do that. But I'll take your direction on how you want, whether you want to take the consent and then the policy, or all of it right now.
Why don't we go ahead and take it all right now?
Very good. Then for speakers, you'll each have 3 minutes for your remarks, and I will call you. I will cover the items in order as they are on the agenda, and so I will identify the next speaker as well as the item that you've registered to speak for, so that A, you're reminded, and B, the public is aware, and you'll have 3 minutes for your remarks. So we will start. The very first item on the agenda is 9.01, the 2021 City Commission meeting schedule. And we did have Akila Winters who wanted to speak on that item. And so Akila Winters, and then our next speaker would be Lori Johnson on another item. So if Akila Winters is on, you may give your name and address for the record and begin your remarks. Not, and I thought we had a connection with that, but we'll move to the next speaker we had was Lori Johnson, who had not connected at the time of the meeting started, but I'll give just a moment to see if Lori Johnson is there speaking on item 9.06. Okay, didn't think she was on yet. Elizabeth Winchester also registered to speak on item 9.06, which is a historic property grant and loan item.
Yes, hi, this is Elizabeth Winchester. However, I wondered if you could come back to me. I am just leaving a dental appointment.
We have you on a number of items. We'll come to you on those.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
We'll call you as they come then. Very good. So thank you. Mm-hmm. On item 9.07 and 8, we also had Akila Winters who indicated an interest in speaking on those items. But again, not hearing Akila Winters. We will, I think that takes us through consent, Mayor and Commissioners. So on item 13.01, which is your Parks and Recreation Fall Activities update, we have a number of speakers on this item. We'll take them in the order we received them. First will be Travis Blanton, then Elizabeth Emanuel. So I do see Travis Blanton, and so at your convenience, you may begin with your name and address for the record, and then I'll give you a heads up when you're getting close to your 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks for the time to speak, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Travis Blanton. I live in Benton Hills. I grew up in Tallahassee. Coached at Levy, Winthrop, and Tom Brown Parks over the years. And as I read through the staff recommendation, I noticed one glaring omission. I think it fails to mention the negative impact to the kids and families for not having youth sports. I think it falls short in that area. I'm here today to ask you to look beyond the fear that people are using in making decisions and the cost of not having youth sports.
I believe we lost Mr. Blanton. There he is. Travis, you're coming in and out and we can't hear you, sir.
Mayor, since we've got a difficulty on the connection there, why don't we put a pause on Mr. Blanton and make sure that connection gets looked at, and I'll go to the other speakers on this item, and that way we won't lose him. We'll come back to him. Okay. Next will be Elizabeth Manuel. There you go. I see the mute went off.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Are you all able to hear me okay?
We are.
Okay, great. Elizabeth Emanuel, 300 South Duval Street. I'm the CEO of Tallahassee Downtown, and I want to say, first of all, Commissioners, it was so good to see you all today in our downtown at the Art of the Box mural installation. Being in person for something positive was really exciting. Commissioners, I do not envy the position that you're in. You're faced with another set of difficult decisions in an extraordinary year with a pandemic, recession, and civil unrest. We feel the weight of these events in downtown. They're affecting our businesses, our residents, and our workforce substantially. Our downtown businesses have been really compliant with regulations. Are we okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So our businesses have been really compliant with regulations. They've made incredible shifts in their business model, and this hasn't been easy or without effect to their bottom lines. Just one of our dozens of restaurants in downtown has gone from 142 employees to 48, and that's nearly 100 people on unemployment. This is a population where nearly 26% of our hospitality employees are already paycheck to paycheck. This has a lot to do with the lack of foot traffic in our part of town. Without people in their offices, without people at events, without people at football games, it's really limiting. 50% of capacity means they're behind 50% of revenue. So we really need to figure out how to move forward safely as a community. Without full awareness of what the risks are, I realize that this is difficult, but the businesses downtown want to do this by the book in partnership with local officials and relying on the best science available. And what does this have to do with public events, right? This is a Parks and Rec update. We understand the decision that Parks and Rec made to cancel large-scale public events that brought a lot of foot traffic into our downtown, like the Winter Festival and Elf Night. These are events that bring thousands of people in. But we've set a precedent as the TDIA for small-scale safe events like our market that help support our downtown businesses. We've created many plans for all of these events, like as many as letters in the alphabet. Scaling them down, changing locations, trying to keep it small and regulated on behalf of the downtown businesses who want these road closures for safe streets and putting more seating outside, a proven exposure reducer. Those businesses who are closing off the streets for things like dog adoption events and live music that the restaurants are putting on, just small scale things that are I've sent you all a proposal regarding some proven best practices for COVID safe events. We've got tenants that we've been going through without any issue. We could serve as the event managers for some of these small scale closures, ensuring that
believe you hit your 3 minutes. Apologize there. But I believe if you send something to the commissioners, they'll receive that as well and take a look at that. Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Terry Williams, and I did see Terry Williams connected.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. You've got 2 minutes, and I'll again give you a heads up when you get close to 3.
Thank you. My name is Terry Williams. I live at 6294 Hines Hill Circle, and I'm a board member of the Tallahassee Soccer Association. We manage a local adult soccer league with over 300 members that play solely at the Meadows Soccer Complex. Today, the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs Department is recommending the Meadows remain closed. I'm here to advocate for an opportunity for a safe reopening. I understand and appreciate the efforts the city has made to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 for the safety of our community. But as we move into month 6 of the impacts of the pandemic, many sports are resuming and setting positive examples of safe ways to do so, especially in outdoor environments. Given our current community spread, it may not be the time to resume normal adult sports leagues. However, we're willing to change the way we operate to serve our members by offering opportunities to return to play with required safety measures. Nearly every business has made changes to operation, and though soccer is traditionally associated with crowds and physical contact, this too can change. First, keep in mind as adults, we progressed from the cute huddle of 10 5-year-old kids in a herd around a ball moving up and down the field. It's much more effective to spread out and pass the ball, and while there's often still contact, we can put restrictions in place to reduce it. For our adult soccer league, we have proposed these safety measures. Weekly field rental restricted to one group of the same 10 to 20 players for the entire season, with consequences communicated clearly and strictly enforced. All players signing mandatory waivers, no headers, throw-ins, shoulder charges, or intentional physical contact. Goalkeepers must wear gloves, no post-game handshaking, water sharing, or community seating, even no spectators. And we could require a health check-in through a survey, including temperature report prior to each session. The goal would be to proceed with resuming games with teams when it is safe to do so, but for now our members could enjoy their passions safely in a relatively low-risk scenario with the same people week to week. Please keep in mind this is not only about the sport, it's about the mental, emotional, and health benefits we get from the sport. Adults and children desperately need the stress relief and the exercise, which reduces obesity, serious concern with COVID. Local gyms have opened for people to exercise in closed spaces, and we urge you to consider the benefits and put in the hard work to create a safe plan and open our soccer fields. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kip West and then Andrew Warner. So Kip West, you may unmute yourself, and if you'll give your name and address, we'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Kip West. I live in 3069 Carlos Circle. And good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm a lifelong resident of Tallahassee, and I really appreciate the opportunity that I had to speak with some of you earlier this week. And just a quick background about myself. I currently serve on the executive board for Tallahassee Babe Ruth, Levy Park Baseball, and I'm the director of Tallahassee Heat Travel Baseball. I've been involved with Tallahassee Parks and Recreation for more than 47 years of my life as a participant and a volunteer. I grew up in an amazing neighborhood located in the southwest side of Tallahassee near Sable Pond Elementary. I was raised by a single parent. I spent the better part of my childhood playing baseball at Carolyn Boulevard Little League, football at Metro Park, and basketball at Bellevue Middle School. I have 3 children that were and still very active in our sports programs. I was introduced to my amazing wife, Carrie, during a City League softball game at Tom Brown Park 20 years ago, and I can honestly say that the Tallahassee Parks and Recreation Department has had an incredible impact on my life. The life lessons and directions I received from coaches and their servant leadership is something that I can only attempt to repay by coming before you and advocating for our youth. I would ask the Commission to please consider a way to implement the COVID safety plans that have been created by some of the country's largest organizations, such as Babe Ruth Baseball, Cal Ripken Baseball, Pop Warner Football, and AAU. Most of these have been presented to the Commission, and I ask that we take the best parts of each of these plans and implement them in a way that will allow all of our kids to return safely and quickly to team sports. Although parts of our city parks are available for passive attendance, we still need organized youth sports with the leadership and accountability that team sports and our volunteer base can offer our kids. We all understand the situation that COVID's placed our community in, but our kids need this for their health, mental, and social well-being. And I'd ask the Commission to simply give our parents and their kids a choice and a chance. We do not want to be the only city and state without this opportunity for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Warner, to be followed by Jim McCloy. And I believe I've seen both of them connected. So Andrew Warner is next. You'll give your name and address for the record. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Andrew Warner. I reside at 7125 Oxbow Circle, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Commission regarding Agenda Item 1301. As President of Warner Soccer, I have had the privilege and the opportunity of working closely with the City Park and Recreation Neighborhood Affairs for over 30 years, and specifically with regards to the Meadows Soccer Complex. We represent over 1,500 families in youth and adult soccer in the area, and along with 4 prime user groups who use the Meadows pay-as-you-play facility, we've all successfully participated and helped grow soccer in the area for over 2,000 youth players and 400 adults. In the Park and Recreation outline for the Meadows and sports facility rationale for closing, the following highlights are made. Number 1, the inability to adequately reinforce social distance requirements and restricted viewing areas for spectators, therefore creating additional exposure risks. And number 2, it not being practical or realistic to offer sports activities without spectators, especially youth sports. When I appreciate the overview of that, I'm here to tell you that around the country, as I participate as a national coach, as a high school coach, many organizations today, through national guidelines, state guidelines, have now developed a series of protocols that I would be more than willing and really would like the opportunity to share with Park and Recreation Neighborhood regarding the Meadows. It has been critical to understand that we've been trying to utilize McClay School and the two-field complex in Meridian for 1,600 players. We're presently serving 350 players with over 1,200 players not being able to participate. It is difficult. And the irony for me personally, professionally, as a high school coach, is at the youth level in Leon County, we are not allowed to participate, train, or play within the county, but we're free to travel outside the county to train, play state tournaments, national tournaments, come back into the county, and we're allowed to play. At the high school, as of today, I find Leon County as the announcement that I'm allowed to play 5 days a week, full contact sport, play games. However, I am not allowed to travel, or county coaches are not allowed to travel outside of the county, and county people come in. There seems to be an irony in our messaging. I understand we were looking at Leon County schools very early on. Obviously, for everybody involved, this is difficult, but I believe fully in being able to work through solutions, work through problems, and see if we as a community can, with the Park and Recreation Department, help maybe solve this problem. I do appreciate your time. I do appreciate everything you do, and I do want to thank the Park and Recreation. They're a superb professional organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim McCloy, would be followed by Elizabeth Winchester. We'll see if she has been able to rejoin us after Jim McCloy.
This is Jim McCloy, but I think you got me on mute.
You were on mute because we had all the speakers muted during the meeting, but you were taken off mute when you were announced, so you should be able to begin. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, good. My name is Jim McCloy. I live at 3465 Lakeshore Drive in Tallahassee. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts of many of the players at Tom Brown, Winthrop, and Forest Meadows. I sent a long email statement to each of the Commissioners, which speaks for itself, but I would add a few thoughts. No other city or private club in North Florida has the every other court limitation. It's a severe restriction that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to the tennis players. I'm 82 years old and I don't want to get sick, but I enjoy my sport. The city should be encouraging, as all the other speakers have said so far, the city should be encouraging recreation activities, not discouraging it. Forest Meadows in particular, for us old folks, the clay courts are the only clay courts in the community. And with the new construction you got out there, out of 14 courts, there's only 5 courts available. Many of my fellow players have joined Capital City, Killearn, and Golden Eagle to have a chance to play the sport they love. A tennis court, the objections I've heard from the Parks and Rec was that with COVID-19, they don't want people gathering up together. The tennis court is 78 foot long and 27 foot wide, with at the very most 4 players at a time. Social distancing is not a problem. If for some reason the commission doesn't feel comfortable with opening the courts today, then perhaps you might want to table that particular part of the recommendation and revisit it another day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I did see a contact from Elizabeth. I don't know if that's Elizabeth Winchester or not, but if that is Elizabeth Winchester, you may begin your remarks. We're talking about item 1301, our Parks and Rec Fall Activities Update.
Yes, I will yield my time on this one. I came into the meeting a little bit late, so I'm getting up to speed on where you are. So I'd rather come back on another item. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mayor and Commissioners, that's all of the speakers that I have for our consent and for item 1301. 1302 is your Clean Energy Plan update, and 1303 is Community Resilience item.
Excuse me, you were going to come back to me. This is Travis Blanton.
Thank you. I will do that in just 1 second then. I also want to be sure I let Elizabeth Winchester know that item 1302, Clean Energy, and 1303, I'll come back to you as soon as Mr. Blanton has concluded. So thank you for the catch. And Travis Blanton, you may begin. And
thank you. Sorry for the connection problems. My name is, as I stated earlier, my name is Travis Blanton, and I live in Benton Hills. I grew up, was born and raised in Tallahassee, and played at all the great city parks. And as a parent, I've coached at Levy, Winthrop, and Tom Brown parks over the years. I read through the staff recommendation and noticed a glaring omission that fails to mention the negative impact to the kids and families by not having fall sports. It falls short in that area. I'm asking you to look behind the fear that so many are using in making decisions and look at the cost to our kids for not having youth sports. The cost of not having a mentor in their life, the cost of not allowing kids to be kids and have an outlet, the cost of not letting kids from different backgrounds and races join together as a team. Sports builds bridges between kids of different backgrounds. Not having sports creates a bigger divide between the haves and the have-nots. The haves will be able to play travel ball and have private leagues. The have-nots will sit home idle, at best, with nothing to do. I firmly believe in the parents' right to choose what is best for their child. The recommendation you have in front of you today does not allow that. It does not allow parents to be parents, and most importantly, it robs our kids of the ability to be kids. I'd like to close with a quote from Nelson Mandela. He said, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to bridge and unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sports can create hope where once there was only despair. It's more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. It laughs in the face of all discrimination." I would urge you to consider allowing our youth to be youth and to play at our many great parks that we have in this city. Thanks for your time and thanks for your listening.
Ms. Winchester, as you said, just to catch you up, we do have item 1302 and 1303 that you may speak on now. There are public hearings that will begin at 5, and I know you've signed up for those. We will come back to those items on an item-by-item basis when we get to 5 o'clock, as those were legally announced. If you'd like to speak on 1302 and 03, you may begin.
Yes, I'll yield my time on those since they're going to be meeting on those later.
Okay. Very good. Mayor and Commissioners, those are all of the speakers we have signed up for tonight on the consent and policy items. I will note that you have...
Jim?
Yes.
I've received a text from Jerry C., who inadvertently completed the wrong form to be able to speak, but she wanted to, I don't know the full breadth of her comments, but she has said to me that she wanted to say something about the update, one of the modifications, 1304. About it coming in last minute. I've shared with her, and it might be worth sharing, that this agenda modification was released on yesterday, I believe. Is that correct? So it didn't just happen just now, but it was really, the agenda was updated on yesterday, and it was posted and announced. But that's the comment that she wanted to make, and I think that she'll make sure that she completes the correct form for the next time. But I wanted to put that on the record for her.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also, that is item 1304, which is mitigation of large gatherings. For Ms. C. or others who may still wish to comment, any comments we received prior to 9 o'clock last night were gathered, distributed to the members of the City Commission, also were posted prior to the meeting this afternoon so that the public can see those. But any comments we received throughout this meeting on the items being discussed, we will take those additional submitted items and make them part of the official record of the meeting. So if she has something in particular she'd like to add to that item, she could even now fill out that written input form and it'd be part of the official record. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Okay, thank you.
So,
okay, Mr. Cook.
Given opportunity to speak on 13.04, we were never given any ahead of time information about this added agenda item. So how
Mr. Bush, 1304, the mitigation of large gatherings. Yeah, would you like to speak on that?
Yeah, I would definitely like to speak on that, and I know that a lot of people who have signed up ahead of time would have liked to speak on that as well.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you allow other people to speak on this as well. I am going to just give up on preparing speeches ahead of time because the commission keeps doing things that seem completely out of order and unnecessary, and it is again a way to silence public comment and silence the people of Tallahassee. It is absolutely ridiculous that this 1304 just gets added in before people even have a chance to sign up for it or comment on it, given that we were supposed to submit everything by 9 p.m. tonight. I was not notified about this, and I pay very close attention, so maybe I missed something, but it is a travesty that this is happening, and I have not yet had time to really even look over the proposal, but given that it comes from Chief Rebel, it does seem like it's something that is aimed at Black Lives Matter protesters and is aimed at the civil rights protesters that are protesting police violence and brutality in this city. The people of Tallahassee have asked the commission and the Leon County commissioners over and over again to please actually have a hearing with us and meet with us to discuss these issues of police brutality. Giving people 3 minutes and pushing in agenda items out of nowhere is not you guys showing any good faith to the people of Tallahassee. And if you care at all about your constituents, you will have a real listening session with us on this issue. I could propose the date October 10th, and I would love for you all to be there and actually listen to your constituents on this and come back to us with real ways to solve the problem and to solve the issues in our town, because people are being dragged away by police officers. They are showing up with riot dogs and with gear, and my tax dollars pay for that. I don't want my tax dollars paying to drag away and hurt children and young people. And this is so disgusting and unnecessary. And, you know, I'm having trouble putting my words together because I didn't expect to be able to go so quickly. But I find it highly problematic, again, that this was pushed through. The community had no opportunity to be able to speak on this. I know that I looked over the agenda items myself, and I was like, maybe I don't even need to go to this commission meeting, but I went ahead and went anyways, just in case something like this were to happen. And I know a lot of people were in similar situations, and so had we known that 1304 was going to be on the commission meeting, I guarantee you there would be 120 people on this call right now, and so it is absolutely ridiculous that this just gets pushed through. And
you're at almost 3 minutes.
Okay, great. And so I appreciate you letting me speak on this, but I guarantee you there are other people on the call who would like to speak to this as well. So you should definitely give them the opportunity to speak, and you should also maybe, I don't know, give 30 minutes at the end for anyone who would like to join the call, like Gary say, to speak on this, to be able to speak on this, because again, it is absolutely ridiculous that you gave no time
3 minutes
for people to speak about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate your comments. Okay.
Mayor, let me add one comment, just so for information. We did on item 1301, which was the Parks and Rec update, get between 50 and 60 written comments submitted. The other items, I don't believe we did receive written comment. And turn it back to you.
Excellent. Appreciate it. All right. So we have taken all public comment on the consent agenda and the general business that's before us. So let's move forward. First and foremost, Mr. City Manager, do we have any appearances before the City Commission by other appointed boards or governments?
No, sir, we do not.
We are on the consent agenda. Is there a motion for approval or
move acceptance?
Second. It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, consent agenda passes 5-0. All right, we are now on the introduction of ordinances. Madam Attorney, do we have any ordinances to be introduced into the record this evening?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Excellent. Wonderful. We are now on policy formation and direction. We are on item number 13.01. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. We have a presentation to share on this item, I'd like to offer some introductory comments. And as you know, going all the way back to March, we have done our level best to make sure that we take appropriate actions related to COVID, the impact of our community, and to keep our community safe. And we also know that our Parks and Recreation Department, which is one of the best, if not the best in the nation, has been on the forefront of that because it involves people, young adults, or youth and adults gathering, and it has been heavily impacted. Lots of things were closed, as we know, and then we have methodically been reopening those activities and doing things in a modified way. Our parks are open. People are using our parks today, and they're doing it in small numbers. Our trails, our many miles of trails, more than 70 miles of trails are open, and our playgrounds were reopened recently, all based on the guidance from the CDC, the World Health Organization, and other leading healthcare providers, taking guidance based on where we find ourselves with the trend of COVID, the spread of COVID, and the community spread aspects. We are now at the point where we must make a decision as it relates to our fall organized sports. You'll recall in the spring, those sports that were scheduled to begin were suspended and ultimately canceled. We canceled our 4th of July celebration, and we've methodically made those decisions as we move forward. This is an important decision point, and that's why it's before you today. And I think it is necessary to have a recommendation from your professionals, those that do this job every day. And I can promise you, and in fact, I know you know this is the case, there is no one that loves our children and our sporting athletes and people that go to our parks more than our Parks and Recreation Department. In fact, this is what they do every day. So this decision and recommendation has been very difficult to arrive at. We had hoped that the numbers would improve. We were looking at gating criteria that's put out by the CDC as well as the White House, looking at positivity rates, all the metrics, looking for a reason to make a positive recommendation. We were just simply unable to get there. But I think it's important to give full context and get your direction. We've got the comments of the public. We've heard speakers today. We've received numerous emails. We've received emails beyond those that were in the public, inserted into this public record, all with the flavor that in particular, many want our youth to be able to play sports. And I can tell you, we share that desire, but we are very concerned about the condition it may create. So again, we've got a presentation. I think it's important to make sure we know what's happening today, what's available, what's open, and really what the decision points are today. And at the conclusion, we're looking for your direction as we move forward. Let me introduce Ashley Edwards. She's our Parks and Recreation Director. She and her team have been working tirelessly on this issue for now months and making good progress as it relates to that. She's got the presentation, and again, at the conclusion, Mayor and Commissioners, we're looking for your direction on this matter. So I'll turn it over to Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and Commissioners, it's my pleasure to be here with you today. I do want to share, as the manager said, some of the things that we've been able to do throughout the COVID pandemic. Since mid-March, when things started shutting down, we've been able to maintain our parks and our trails and leave them open for public use, as well as our disc golf courses and our green space areas. At the start of things in mid-March, we asked people to respect these areas for individual use or by members of the same household, and that included spaces on our athletic fields. If you just wanted to go out and play catch with your kids or bat the ball around with your grandson, we encouraged you to do that. We do know that we see people using these spaces a lot more frequently than even before the pandemic. So that's something, there's a silver lining there, that we're so encouraged that so many people that may not have otherwise spent some time in our parks, we hope are coming to know them and love them as much as those of us who are more familiar with them. As we've moved on and progressed and got into the first week of May, we were able to reopen basketball courts at 2 of our community centers, the Laverne Payne Community Center and the Jack McLean Community Center. These were for individual use, for shoot-arounds with groups of 3 or less, no pickup games. We also opened up tennis and pickleball courts at Forest Meadows and Tom Brown Park by reservation only, using every other court that was in line with the United States Tennis Association guidelines. We staggered start times and modified usage patterns to try to facilitate social distancing as best as possible. And then we also reopened the Truesdale Aquatic Center for lap swimming and water walking. This, again, was by reservation only and has proven to be very popular. And our aquatic staff, just like with our tennis staff, did a great job in modifying the way that the pool was used. We allowed only one person per lane or two if they were in the same household. We started people at opposite ends of the pool. We staggered the times that they came into the facility. We screened them. And I tell you, this has been such a popular activity. We've had over 20,000 swim sessions, people reserving a lane, 20,768 swim sessions since we opened that facility back up. We've had close to 1,100 pickleball court reservations at Tom Brown Park and about 3,700 tennis court reservations between Tom Brown and Forest Meadows. As we move towards the end of May, we were able to reopen our athletic fields with the exception of the Meadows Soccer Complex and picnic pavilions. And we again asked people to practice social distancing. We asked them to limit use to groups of 10 or less. And we still were able to provide opportunities, as you see in these pictures, for folks to be able to go and kick the ball around or gather with friends in small groups, and again, in safe, what we felt like are safe parameters. In June, we reopened some of our most popular facilities, our sand volleyball courts, our racquetball courts, the pump track at Tom Brown Park and the RC car track there, our dog parks, and our skate park. And again, the key message with all these facilities has been social distancing, been asking folks to be mindful of taking turns, and if areas or certain sections of a particular amenity had more people at any given time, we asked them if they'd simply wait. People have been great about this, and they've been mindful of the need to give folks space while still being able to use these facilities. As we then moved into June, we got to the second week of June, we went ahead and reopened our outlying tennis courts as well as basketball courts throughout our park system. We did this, again, in modified manner, keeping with USTA guidelines. We reopened every other tennis court. And then in our basketball courts, we put one goal per court instead of two. And then where we had multiple courts, we alternated the ends of those courts. And again, we asked folks, especially on the basketball courts, to use these for in a socially distant manner for shoot-arounds, but no pickup games. We know that the close proximity of that sport just inherently can create issues and opportunities for COVID spread. In August, we were able to reopen our playgrounds. We encourage folks to sanitize their hands before and after they get on the playground. Again, be mindful of the numbers of people that are on certain pieces of equipment, numbers of kids, so that they can maintain that social distance. And we have had staff throughout the course of this time, since the parks had to be closed down for modified use, we've had staff that have been monitoring these areas and these activities to help encourage people to be mindful of the rules and to practice social distancing. And then as school went back at the end of August, we instituted an outdoor after-school program, limited enrollment at 7 different community centers. Masks are required for both kids and staff, and we have socially distant games and homework time that's available for those kids. And we also have hand washing stations that are available, so we spend a lot of time encouraging folks, the kids in the program, to wash their hands before and after use, and obviously are also sanitizing equipment. And I need to give a shout out to our staff. All of our staff have been so creative, and our recreation staff especially. When you've got kids after school that are normally used to being inside playing video games or doing homework or getting to be in the gym shooting hoops, we have come up with some fun activities that have been very well received, and I really have to really give a lot of credit to the Recreation Division staff. They've been great. As we work into fall, this is the time of year that we would be full-blown playing sports and activities right now. And I can tell you all that we don't make these recommendations lightly. I was born and raised in Tallahassee and grew up playing in our leagues and our programs and in our parks. I know the value and the benefit of organized sports. I never in my 35-year career with the City of Tallahassee thought that I would be coming to you and recommending that we not do something like this. We typically are all about encouraging people to participate, encouraging kids and adults to join our programs and our activities and visit our parks. We work hand in hand with the groups that you've heard speak this evening. Our role has been to facilitate and encourage and provide opportunities. So again, this is not a situation that we take lightly at all, and it's been a very difficult, it's been a difficult time for all of us as we look for ways to keep our community safe and our participants safe. We've been very measured and conservative in the approaches that we've taken because we've been focused on the health and safety of the community. We coined the term responsible recreating. That's a lot of what we've asked people to do throughout the course of this time, and we've been very pleased with the way that the community has responded to that. One of the things that we know about Parks and Recreation is there are inherent risks in the activities that we offer, whether that's mountain biking and riding a mountain bike down a hill at a fast rate of speed, or swinging on a swing on a playground that you can fall off of, or playing tackle football. There are inherent risks in the activities that we provide. One of the things we feel like we have a responsibility to do as professional recreation staff is to provide the safest environment possible, try to mitigate the risk as much as possible. So just like we make sure that our trails are safe and don't have roots sticking out or hidden obstacles or low-hanging limbs, we make sure all of our playground equipment is in good working order and that the compaction rates in their fall zones are appropriate and safe. We've looked at these activities that we would normally be doing this time of year, and we know that there are steps that can be taken to mitigate some of the risks that are associated with the sport itself. Some of these sports have higher risk for transmission, just like the CDC guidelines indicate. Some of them have a lower potential risk. One of the things that remains a concern to us in all of these aspects of our fall activities, beyond the risk that, again, we know can be mitigated just as we've done all along by modifying things about the sport or the venue or the way in which we provide that activity, beyond just that sport is the numbers of people that gather around that sport, that come into those areas and that are there in support of that activity, whether that's fans, whether that's people waiting for their turn to play. It's just kind of a sheer volume of putting gatherings of people in a space together in an area. So with those concerns in mind, we also looked at what other communities are doing. We compare ourselves, obviously, frequently and look to see what the best practices are out there. As some of the speakers have said, there's a lot of communities that are doing this. There's some that aren't. We've heard already that Leon County Commission has voted to not do youth sports. We've looked at Gainesville, which is a community that we typically compare ourselves to because we have similar demographics in terms of different populations that are in our communities. They have also taken a very limited approach. They're not playing tackle football. They're not playing flag football. They're not offering adult softball as a sport this fall. And so, again, as we kind of move through these recommendations, our youth sports, we would have close to 5,000 people between adult and youth sports this time of year playing tackle football, flag football, cheerleading, volleyball, upper-level baseball, adult softball, flag football, and beach volleyball. I'll let the slides catch up here for just a second. Another area that you've heard discussed tonight is the Meadows Soccer Complex. That facility is a rental facility only. It is primarily used by the local soccer organizations that offer youth and adult soccer programs. Because we've not been offering organized sports up to this point, we have not had that facility open and available for them to use for organized activities. We've had all of our other athletic fields open and available, and as Mr. Warner alluded to, they are utilizing some of those spaces already as well. Leon County Schools has approached us recently, asked if they could host high school swim meets at the Truesdale Aquatic Center. They're interested in hosting 8 dual meets as well as a district meet. And in addition to the concerns that we have about the volume of people that could put on a pool deck in a limited area of space, we also have some lifeguard staff shortages. We're working very hard. Our aquatic staff has been very diligent in their efforts to try to recruit and train additional lifeguards. But in order to host these meets right now, we would have to shut the pool down to the public and to our swim team that practices at this facility. You heard the popularity, the numbers of people that are swimming. Those numbers average 185 folks a day using that facility. On a pretty day with good weather, that could be as many as 225 people a day that are using that facility. And again, in order to accommodate their request, we would have to shut that facility down to the public during those times of the meet. Our tennis and pickleball courts, they have remained every other court in accordance with USTA guidelines and recommendations. And again, that cuts down half the people that you would be potentially putting in that same area. And then last but far from least, our special events. These are such a valued and just beloved part of our community, both the city-sponsored events like the Winter Festival, the Holiday Stroll at Cascades Park, Elf Night, Soul Santa, but also the community events that would be taking place through the end of the calendar year, the Frenchtown Rising events, the Veterans Day Parade, the DIA's Sundown Concert Series and the New Year's Eve event. These events in and of themselves, Winter Festival alone would bring in over 100,000 people to the downtown area. And obviously, again, the size of these gatherings is just problematic given the current situation that we're in with the numbers in our community. So with that, commissioners, we look forward I look forward to your direction. These recommendations aren't made lightly, and I am happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information that you may need.
Ashley, thank you very much. Certainly do appreciate it. And look, on behalf of me and the commission, Reese, Ashley, your entire team, you all do a fantastic job. You know, it is an honor and a privilege to work with y'all each and every day. And our Parks and Rec department is beloved in this community. And to see the numbers of usage, even during COVID, is absolutely amazing. And during normal times, I mean, we know how often people like to use our Parks and Rec and our programming. Y'all do a great job. You've done a great job keeping this community safe during COVID. I mean, look, we all went into this not knowing anything about global pandemics and had to become experts on the fly. And especially in the realm of Parks and Rec, I think y'all have done a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and open it up for discussion. And any questions, Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Cox?
Let me also thank Ashley and her entire team. As you often hear me say, we go way back because long before I came to this commission, Ashley and I were out there trying to make baseball happen for some people on the south side of town. So we came with a bond. And because of my love for youth sports, and you all know too that I managed a baseball park over at Capitol Park for a number of years until I came to the commission. I too am like the parents. I'm the mother of 3 sons, and my kids play football, basketball, and baseball. So I've been the Booster Club president, I've been the park president, I've been the paper picker upper, I've been the whatever. I guess I look at it like this. I do want our children to play. They do need to play. We're all cooped up and we're all going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and the parents are home with them trying to teach them, and so we need I believe we need some organized outlet. We also need to make sure that our children are safe and that they're not bringing things home to hurt grandmama and, auntie and all of them. So we've got to also do that. And over the past week or so, I've been having conversation with people in our community. We've gotten a number of comments. Thank you for your citizen input. But I've also dug a little deeper and talked to some folks who are entrenched in the sports arena and are also looking at different safety programs. I had the pleasure of yesterday speaking with Kip West and Corey Simon and Brooke Halleck, who you may not know Brooke, but you know her daddy, Coach Wilson from Lincoln High School. So I got an earful, but the earful that I got was that these organizations have already been putting together their own safety plans. Mm-hmm. to try to make this thing work, because they don't want anything to happen to these kids, and the parents don't want anything to happen to them either. So I'm just hoping that, sometimes, we have to look at how to, pardon the pun, but pardon this expression, but how to split the baby and keep the baby whole. And so I want us to be creative and look at possibly having these leagues and these organizations bring forth their own proposed safety plans for you all to take a look at and see if they will work. Now, of course, if they put forth their own safety plan, then the liability will have to be on them to make sure that the plan works and that things happen and, like they should happen, and that they regulate that. But then I think too that we have to check in, drive by and see what's happening, make sure crowds are not gathered. I know we're going to talk about that a little bit later. but I want to see if we can find a way to let the children play, because these children are going to grow up with this impact that no other children grew up with, and we need to give them and their parents some mental health. Thank God I don't have children, small children in my home, because I go out there somewhere with them because they would be driving me crazy. And I think that's what's happening. Parents need to recreate, and the children need to recreate as well. As well as, I know Elizabeth mentioned about being able to do some small events, being able to come downtown and, walk around. We revealed some artwork today that we can get in small groups and walk through and do whatever. We've got to figure out how to continue to live this way for, I'm being told, at least another year. So if we can figure out how to get these kids playing sports again, because I do believe that playing sports is a deterrent to criminal activity. If you keep them busy and something organized and the coaches are working with them and talking to them, and sometimes the coaches are the parents, and definitely they're the ones who help the parents. So let's dream big. Let's figure out how we can do this. And for the seniors, I got a call just before this meeting that the seniors want to be able to play on all the courts. We heard an 82-year-old who spoke today about they want to be able to use all 4 courts. And so let's figure out how we can do this from the cradle to to the 80-plus-year-olds to make our community continue to be vibrant even in this safely with safeguards. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate your eloquence on this subject, and I agree with you. I have been very vocal myself in the fact that at some point we are going to have to offer the programming that we have, and the responsibility should be on the parents and families to make the appropriate decisions and without casting judgment. And I am a full proponent of our Parks and Rec sports. I too grew up in Tallahassee and played Parks and Rec flag football and baseball. And I could not agree with you more on the importance of sports in today for our youth and adults. But also, let me also stress as well that I have spoken to both hospitals, pediatricians, general physicians that have also stressed some of the studies that are coming out talking about the mental health impacts of COVID on our children and the physical health aspects as well. Now, I agree. This is kind of a fine line, and I had a very nice conversation with the city attorney. And yes, we will have to change our registration a little bit and probably even add in a disclaimer first and foremost so that parents know that this is not a 100% foolproof plan. We live in an age where there is a global pandemic. You are always at risk, and you have to acknowledge that your participation or your children's participation is at risk. The private organizations that run our facilities, yes, I agree with you. We should definitely work with them on their safety plans to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can. But having said that, I agree with you, and I strongly support opening up our City of Tallahassee youth programs, our City of Tallahassee adult sport programs. I agree with you. I believe we should open up the meadows and allow these sports teams to play. I agree with you. We should open up the tennis courts and the pickleball courts and allow people to use the services that we have and the facilities that we have. The fall special events is an interesting one and a sad one, and I do agree with staff. I just do not see how we can do Winterfest, as much as that pains me. But in that scenario, we're talking tens of thousands of people concentrated in downtown and Elf Night, and I agree with their recommendation as well. However, I see the wisdom in your words when we talk about trying to support our local restaurants and retail, especially in downtown Tallahassee, and working with the Downtown Improvement Authority, I think makes perfect sense to see how we can play a role to help support, how they can play a role to help support our businesses as well. The interesting one for me is the swim meets. Now, if I understand the history here, Leon County Schools always had their meets, I believe, at the FSU pool. And what we're seeing on the FSU campus is different. And I know that FSU has point blank said, no, shut down, we're not doing anything, which led the Leon County School Board, rightly so, to immediately come to the City of Tallahassee to see if we could work something out to use our pools. Now, Ashley is right. When we talk about the swim meets, it's a very defined space inside the fences on the pool deck. The swim meets do have a lot of people. And you're right, Ashley, when we talk about, we have general swim, and then we have the private clubs that rent from us, and now we're talking about 8 swim meets on top. I guess my thoughts on the swim meets are, if there is a way that we could do it in a safe manner and work out the shortages of the lifeguards as well, then if we can be good community partners with the school board and the school system, we should try. I think that's going to be the heaviest lift, though, of all of the recommendations in front of us. So let me recap. And Mayor Pro Tem, I'll come back to you for a motion, and we can everybody jump in and talk. But I'm with you on full youth sports and adult sports. I'm with you on opening the meadows. I'm with you on the tennis and the pickleball courts. I'm with you as well on the recommendation not to host Winterfest and Elf Night and those large events, but yet work with the Downtown Improvement Authority. And I know Commissioner Matlow is also our representative on that board on how we can support our local businesses in the downtown area in particular. And then I don't know what to suggest in regards to swim meets, except for we should continue to try to see if we can find a solution, whether it's maybe not as many meets as they would like to host, or maybe we can. I don't know. That one is a tricky one. But let me come back to you, Mayor Pro Tem, for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't know if any of my other colleagues wanted to say something before I do this, but I'm happy to do the motion.
Yes, go ahead.
You did? I'm sorry, Commissioner Richardson?
Oh, no, I was, if you.
Okay, all right.
I'll tell you what, before we get done, let's give everybody an opportunity. Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Bryant, go ahead and jump in, and then, and we'll go and Commissioner Richardson, and we'll go from there. So, Commissioner Williams-Cox, I'll come back to you after everybody's had an opportunity to chime in.
Mr. Mayor, I think we should go ahead and put a motion on the table, and then we can. I'm ready to do that.
Are you making a motion then, Commissioner Richardson, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I'm going to let the Mayor Pro Tem make the motion, and I will certainly second it.
Okay. I offer the motion that we look at ways to open Tallahassee parks back up with safety plans submitted by the leagues or the organizations that would be running the organized sports, and that would be reviewed and approved by the City of Tallahassee, and that plan should include the liability that the league will take on to make sure they do what they need to do to make it happen. And I would add that we would work with Downtown Improvement Authority to look at ways to bring business in small groups back downtown.
I would second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, in your motion, are you also suggesting that we move forward, as we discussed, with Tallahassee Parks and Recreation flag football, not just the private leagues that rent from us, but we also are providing our full services with a safety plan in place as well?
When open, yes, when open means open, especially to us, especially to our programs, but also for other leagues.
And also opening up the Meadows Soccer Complex, all of the tennis courts and the pickleball courts as well?
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right, there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Bryant, let's all chime in.
Mr. Mayor. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I think this has been weighing on all of us, because obviously there's health benefits and health risks to opening, and there's health risks to keeping it closed. And, you know, as a parent, I certainly understand the dilemma that people have put in. It seems widely things done outdoors seem to be a little more safe than things done indoors. And it seems a lot of people having not have the access to the sport that they were play do alternatives, whether that's on private property or an indoor alternative. So we need to make sure the risk that we're trying to mitigate, we don't just shift them to a different area. So I largely support the motion that's on the table so far, but I do think we need to, when we look at the safety plans and what we're talking about, Ashley mentioned something very important, and that's the spectator crowds. You know, I think we can say how safe our kids may be playing ball, baseball, or that sort of thing. But I think those plans need to incorporate how large the spectators can get. How can they gather in groups of a family of 12? Should it be two adults per player or something, to try to make sure the kids have access to recreation, but we're not needlessly creating large crowds. And as we saw from Florida State football, even with a mask requirement, a lot of people didn't wear a mask in the stands, and you know that put out some things that kind of disturbed some people. So I think we should look at the crowd sizes and make sure that's part of any safety plan. I support opening up the tennis courts, as mentioned. The DIA events, I think, is important, especially with something that was floated was for the businesses downtown, you know, having events where you can close off Adams Street and expand the number of tables, but still have them distanced in each individual groups, which I think is safer than obviously going inside at other establishments. So things like that. Received an email today from the turkey collection, wanting to do a drive-through at the chain of parks. So I just think when we look at events, I wholeheartedly agree with the very large outdoor events that attract tens of thousands of people. But if there are events that people want to host in parks that are drive-through in nature, or they can, you know, view a fireworks show from a vehicle or something that doesn't have a large gathering, I want to make sure we have a mechanism in place for those kind of safety plans to get reviewed for events as well. Thank you.
Agreed. Dr. Bryant?
Yes, let me say that, first of all, that I want to commend Ashley and her staff. They have taken this very seriously, and they have done their due diligence. And I think as a city, we have emphasized safety first. And I think they have gone with that mission in mind with what they've recommended to us today. I do support the idea of opening up sports, and I'm not going to reiterate all that has been said so far. But I think we also have a responsibility to some degree to inform our public on a regular basis as they make decisions about if their children will be involved in whatever the sport may be or activity, that we keep them informed on what the status is in our city regarding COVID-19 and the impact it's having on our community. I think that would be responsible of us as a community, and how that can be handled can be in many different ways. And I guess we could easily say, well, it's on the news all the time, et cetera, but I think we probably should do a little bit more to ensure that they are informed as they make decisions about themselves, their children, and their families. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, on point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner Bryant. You're absolutely correct. And I would like to amend my own motion to include the fact that if we see our numbers in these events getting out of hand, that then the city of Tallahassee reserves the right to be able to come and close those activities and close those events down.
Absolutely. I agree, and I'm sure the second to the motion would agree too. Hey, if things go south, we reserve the right to cancel them.
Yes.
Absolutely, and that's responsible. So to recap your motion, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I have a few comments.
Commissioner Richardson, I apologize. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, if the Mayor Pro Tem had not made the motion, I had one teed up. I have heard from a lot of different parents and just interested community members, not just parents and family members, on this issue. I'm a parent of a soccer player myself. She doesn't play city league. She plays at Leon High School, and they're getting ready to start. As a matter of fact, I just got an email today about their interest meeting for starting their season later in the year, and she's excited about that. You know, just like the schools, this has been a very difficult issue for us because first and foremost, we had to consider the health and safety, not only of our children, but our families as well, adults, parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles that may live in the household, and the impact that this could have on them if, you know, the young people bring something home. But our children now have been denied this opportunity now since March, and that's been a long time. Especially for those kids that are accustomed to youth sports and participating in youth sports activities, either privately or using our public infrastructure here in the city of Tallahassee. And so, you know, the school board went through a very similar process. There was some gut-wrenching testimony about opening schools and keeping schools closed, and you know, there were parents who wanted to be able to make that choice, and I'm glad that that was the final decision that the school board made, because there were some parents who that choice would have been made for them anyway, because they had to work or wouldn't be able to leave their children at home by themselves or get babysitting, and so they gave us parents that option. My wife and I chose the option of having our daughter attend the virtual academy, and we're comfortable with that situation. And so I think I certainly support this motion because it gives parents that option. As Commissioner Bryant said, we need to make sure that there's full disclosure and transparency about what the issues are and the possibilities, and let parents make that choice. I, too, want to commend Ashley for her number of years of professional experience in this area and what she brings to the table, and her staff that have put so much into this. And we're fortunate because we haven't seen numbers increase among those people that have used our parks and recreation facilities because of the rules and regulations that we've put in place. And so that's helped us there. But I am in full support of, at this point, opening up our facilities for youth and adult sports. Mr. Mayor, I have to tell you, I had some reservations about doing it all at once. I kind of was on the side of maybe doing the youth sports, but holding off on the adult sports until we see how the youth sports. But I think the adults have made a viable recommendation, and so I'm comfortable with youth and adult sports being opened up at this point. I would certainly emphasize the fact that we will have to have the liability waiver to absolve the city of any liability associated with this to the degree that we can. I think the attorney has some issues maybe that she might need to discuss with the liability. But also, I would think that as we observe and see how this unfolds, if there are instances where we have those individuals or groups that are violating the rules and the regulations and guidelines that are established to ensure health and safety, that maybe if there are multiple violations, that they lose their privilege to participate. I think that ought to be another issue hammered out with the organizations. But I think that other municipalities have done this. They've done it successfully. Certainly, we reserve the right to shut down programs if these numbers start going in the wrong direction. But for right now, for our children, for their social and emotional well-being, I support opening up our facilities for organized play. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, are you clear on the direction that's being provided, which is to open up youth and adult sports, open up the meadows, open up all tennis and pickleball courts, and the fall special events direction that was provided in the motion. Colleagues, I would like to take care of this motion, and then let's have a conversation about the swim meet, and that might lead to another motion. Is that okay? Or Madam Mayor Pro Tem, is that part of your motion as well?
Well, let's do the swim meet separately.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, Mr. Manager, are you clear with your direction?
As it relates to what you just described, yes, sir. I've got some comments. I'll hold them. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and share information with the public. So I'm clear with the motion.
Okay, you want to go ahead and provide comment now, or would you rather us formally take care of the motion first?
Go ahead and take care of the motion, Mr. Mayor, and then if you'll provide me an opportunity just to share some thoughts in terms of next steps.
Motion's on the table. I'm seeing no further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to reiterate, I think that the motion was clear, but if you'll bear with me, we're going to ask each league to provide plans that we would approve, our Parks and Recreation professionals would approve. Time is of the essence, of course, because we need to get to the point of registration and organizing teams. Some of the leagues are standalone and they will be responsible for those plans, some of the elements that we run as the city. So I just wanted to say that clearly. I think that was
yes, sir.
Apparent in the motion. Also, I think it's very, very important for us to share that we will expect everybody to self-manage. This will be beyond the resources of Parks and Recreation. We need everybody to self-manage. You mentioned the city attorney. We will certainly seek indemnification and waivers as appropriate because we know there are risks. And then there'll be check-in points. I wanted to share this because we'll need to establish a registration date when we will open up registration. I think Ashley and her team, and we can kind of talk overnight, probably by tomorrow, we can identify the date which we will begin registration. I think that will be sooner rather than later. I just wanted to share that. Everybody will ask that question. And then we'll also establish a date for the reopening of the Meadows. That's by reservation. And so I think by tomorrow, we'll probably be able to do that. If not tomorrow, the next day. I just wanted to say that because I think people will ask those questions. And then my other question was related to swimming, but if that sounds like you'll provide a little more direction there, sir.
Yes, sir. And before we get into the conversation on the swimming, I want you to know, Mr. Manager, that we do appreciate the conservative approach in regards to public health and safety. We appreciate you taking this direction from the commission. I have full faith and confidence that you all will be able to work with our community partners, put together a safe plan so we can move forward. Also recognizing that if at any point it does not work out, we will pull the plug. Let me also take this opportunity to remind everybody in the city of Tallahassee that can hear and is watching, we are going to need the full community support to, no pun intended, play by the rules, but be safe, be smart, and follow the guidelines that these leagues and the city will create. That is how we ensure success and being able to move forward with these programs. And if we don't follow the guidelines that we put together, then that will not be successful. So I'm asking everybody to help us out. This community is great, and we always rise to the occasion, and there's no doubt in my mind that we will here as well. Mayor.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may add, don't worry, your neighbors will let us know if you're not in compliance. We get pictures all the time, videos of folks not in compliance for many things. So if you don't think that your neighbor will tell on you, I'm promising you they will.
So moving forward now, let's have the conversation about the swim meets. Again, I would really like to be able to move forward and be a good community partner. This is an interesting one. Reese and Ashley kind of provide the commission with some background and some suggestions, and let's have a conversation, colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, let me just add a little bit of detail. Ashley has quite a bit of historical experience in what we do. Our area high schools have for now numerous years used the FSU facility. It's an Olympic facility. It's a fantastic facility. That's not available to the public. So the question is venue. It's not about the organization of the sport. It's not about having the the sport itself. It's about venue. And so the Leon County Schools, I believe, has a relatively small pool, a 25-meter pool, but it does not have an inventory pool. So they're seeking to use our facilities, which we, as Ashley mentioned, are limited by simply the ability to staff them and the demand from the public otherwise. And so that's what we're trying to fit. I think the general request was maybe 2 meets a week. We know that will be taxing for the facilities, and then some kind of district type event. So we're kind of lacking capacity, frankly, to meet the needs of both the general public and the schools. And so that's the background. That's the question. And I want to ask Ashley to kind of fill in the blanks as it relates to that, related to our facilities and the ability to host.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. The lifeguard situation really is the most pressing concern for us. Normally what we'd like to do is we have multiple pools available typically this time of year, so we're able to kind of spread out. And many years ago, before the FSU facility was open, we did host these meets. And so we were able to spread out the inconvenience, if you will. And so we still have facilities available for the public to swim, for our swim team to swim. And the dual meets, especially that they're asking for, they're requesting 2 a week for a 4-week period leading up to the district meet. That would be roughly a 4-hour block, 2 days a week that we'd have to shut down to the public. Those dual meets are not required as part of the FHSAA protocols in order to be able to qualify those swimmers to be able to go to districts. They do have to participate in a district meet to be able to advance from there. And the district meet would be about 6 teams participating, and we know we'd have to work with them on the protocols to facilitate all that. So really it's just a question of, how much do we want to close the facility down to the public and to our programs to be able to accommodate the requests and the events that they've asked for. And the district meet, by the way, would be an all-day, probably even potentially a multiple-day event, the way I think we'd have to run it.
Good. So I guess my thoughts, and then we'll open it up as well. I mean, if there is a way that we can be a good community partner, I don't think the request that's coming from the school district is one that we can honor, because I'm hesitant to shut our public facility down to the public that many times. However, is there a middle ground? Is there a middle ground with the number of meets, and I guess still host the district and or what's the meet that takes place in Jacksonville, Ashley? Is that a regional, or is that possibly a district? Or
my understanding is Jacksonville has agreed to host the district meet if we are not able to host a meet over there. So whether that meets here or there, it'd be a district meet first, then those students that qualify would advance to regionals and then to states past that.
So if there's an opportunity for us to host a couple of and I don't know, I'll throw it out to my colleagues and you tell us what is reasonable. I know you've looked at this: 5 meets, 6 meets, 4 meets, 2 meets. I
would think the dual meets, those are 2 school meets. And if you looked at the area public high schools, if we could maybe do try to do a dual meet, so that each school got a dual meet in, whether that's, however they pair themselves, who swims against who. And so they wouldn't all get to have a dual meet against all the other schools, which is what they'd be trying to do. But maybe if each school was able to get a dual meet in prior to the district meet, that I think would be something that would be reasonable.
Okay, colleagues, hold on to that as a recommendation. I feel very confident that we could work with the school district and come up with rules and regulations for how many people are on the pool deck during the meet. Yes, I understand that not everybody's going to be able to come during the time of COVID to watch, but I have complete confidence if we were to move forward that, Ashley, you and your team could work with Mr. Bell over at the school district and work that out. Now, quite frankly, when it comes to lifeguards, I expect the school district to step up to the plate and help us with this. From a legal standpoint, Madam Attorney, I'm sure that you can legally work out whatever arrangement, and this is new, I get it, but whatever that final legal arrangement's going to be, with some responsibility on the school district to help us with lifeguards. If we cannot provide the lifeguards, they must provide the lifeguards. Walk me through legally, is that an option, Cassandra?
Well, certainly it is an option. We can work out something contractually with the school board regarding the meets. So yes, that is a possibility.
Okay. So colleagues, my thought process is, again, if there's a way to be a good community partner, I think we should explore this. I think the motion should, if we want to go in this direction, should provide Ashley some flexibility, Ashley and Reese some flexibility to see what is reasonable, what we can do. Provide the city attorney also some flexibility in the agreement that will be drafted, so that we can ensure success on this. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it to you, and we'll just go down the line and everybody speak your piece.
However we can make it work, I like for it to work. Last thing I want to do is put people in harm's way, and I certainly don't want to send any economic development to Jacksonville.
There you go. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem and, of course, you, Mr. Mayor. And now, keep in mind that these are youth and families from our community.
Right.
So it's not like they're coming from outside of the county or the state using our facilities. These are students in our schools. These are tax-paying citizens. And so I, too, want to make sure that we do what we can to partner with the school district to make this happen for our young people. And so if you need a motion, Mr. Mayor, I would move that we direct the city manager to work with the Leon County Superintendent and the school board to fashion an arrangement where we would be able to accommodate swim meets for the school district at Truesdale Aquatic Center.
I will second your motion. That's a good motion. Dr. Bryant, Commissioner Matlow?
Yeah, just one question for Ashley. When the pools are closed during the 4-hour blocks, do we have an idea of how many people normally would go to the pool and utilize it during that time?
If we just work on a 200 person a day average, and that's probably a good third of our day. So, 75, 80 people potentially, and not necessarily that many every time. It does vary some. They would swim in the afternoons, which tends to be a little bit slower time for the public. So, okay. And I think that, rough number.
Yeah, that's helpful. I support trying to help out where we can, if we can do that with limiting the number of meets. But I know if we took them all on, I mean, we'll just hear it from the people who would rather be using the facility who are also angry with us. So yeah, I support the motion and just trying to find that middle ground to just get them done. But I'm not sure if it's every school meeting, every school. I wouldn't support that.
Excellent. Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, let me just add quickly that I too support the motion. And I do believe that our parents and students in the school system also are citizens. So even as we look at it holistically, we are still supporting our community. And I also want to make sure that we have all, and I'm sure Madam Attorney will do this, liabilities in the correct place. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. There's a good motion on the table by Commissioner Richardson. I have seconded it, seeing no further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Goad, Ms. Edwards, are we clear on the direction on the swim issue?
Yes, sir. I think the motion is clear. I'd like to clarify in regarding the use of lifeguards employed by Leon County schools. That I don't believe we need that. I would prefer not to do that. I think we let Ashley work that out. They're fully capable of hiring people, but it's a matter of availability. So if you'll afford us that discretion, we think that's a better model.
Of course.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure, Commissioner Richardson.
Just a question. So the school district, will they absorb that cost for the additional staff, or will there be an agreement or shared cost for those additional lifeguards, Reese, that might be needed?
They have indicated that they are willing to pay for the lifeguards for the swim meets, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah. Reese, any other comment?
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Reese, Ashley, once again, let me state how much we appreciate everything that y'all are doing in this regard. We know we are asking a lot. We appreciate your conservative nature moving forward to keep us safe. And thank you so much for working hard to make these programs work. We appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, I am going to turn the gavel to you on 1302.
Okay. Item 1302, we will have our clean energy plan update from the very capable Rob McGarrett from the electric and gas utility. I see he's already on the screen and ready to go. Hey, Rob.
Good afternoon, Commission. Reese, I didn't know, did you have any opening comments or you want me just to dive in?
Yeah, let's dive in, Rob. That's great.
Let me see if I can share my screen here. We are pleased to be here this afternoon to share with you where we are with the clean energy plan that you directed us to start preparing for the community last year. I've got David Byrne, who is our Assistant General Manager for Planning for the electric utility, and Michael Olson, who is our Clean Energy Plan Manager, on the meeting with us today to answer any questions you have. But to start a little bit with the city's history, Tallahassee has had a long commitment with sustainability and being a good environmental steward from a utility perspective. And because of the nature of our business, you often have to take a long view because when we build a power plant, that's a 30 or 40-year asset that we're putting in place. But if you look at the last 30 years of the city's history, we have been a leader in the CO2 reduction in the industry. We've had almost a 20% reduction in the CO2, the number of tons per year of CO2 that we emit to meet our customer demands, while during that same period, we've had a 57% greater demand from our customers. So that's a significant reduction in the CO2 emissions. In fact, we met the targets in the Paris Accord, the 2025 targets for the Paris Accord in 2018. We've done that through the generation expansion plans that have been developed over the years, prior integrated resource plans that have come to the commission and been approved, and we've done it without a significant fiscal impact on our customers. Our rates continue to remain below the statewide average within the state of Florida. As you've heard recently, we've got the largest solar farm located at an airport, and we're also, with the action y'all took earlier this year with the second solar farm coming online, we're the first Florida city to power all of our buildings with solar. On the customer side, we've had an extremely robust conservation and demand side management program for 30 years. It's been enhanced over time, but you can see here with some of the numbers of the audits that we've done with our customers, rebates, grants. We just have a whole host of programs that help our customers use energy and water more efficiently to help preserve the environment and also defer when we have to build power plants. One of the namesake programs there is Neighborhood Reach, where we have offered audits for customers for years. Our Neighborhood Reach program was very successful in going into neighborhoods and doing neighborhood at a time. We've now modified it since we've been through the bulk of the lower income customers, but we've served over 9,400 homes with the Reach program. So that sort of sets the stage for the city's leadership over the last 30 years in this area. And then in February of last year, you adopted the Clean Energy Plan resolution. which takes us to the next stage of being leaders in this cause and in this direction. As part of that resolution, you directed us to move forward with what we call an energy integrated resource plan, where it's a holistic plan for how we're going to meet this clean energy plan goal of 100% renewable by 2050. In order to support us with that, you directed us to go ahead and move forward with engaging a consultant. Here's a timeline here. Unfortunately, we got a little bit of delay with having to reissue the RFP last fall, but we've now got that dealt with, and the contract is in place, and the work is going on. The prime contractor on this team is GDS Associates. They brought a couple subcontractors with them, South Face and a local contractor, ESP Media, a local minority firm that is working with our team. And as I mentioned a minute ago, Michael Olson, our Clean Energy Plan Manager, is the point person within the utility. Since this is a broader issue than just the electric and gas utility, we formed a city staff steering committee, which includes representatives from these departments: communications, sustainability, customer services, fleet, and then a number of the areas of the operations within electric and gas, who are working with Michael as we go through this process to make sure we're not missing anything and providing the operational and staff feedback. There will be other departments brought into the process as we go through the rest of the plan development. I fully expect that we'll see departments such as growth management and planning being brought into the process as the plan begins to materialize. As I mentioned a minute ago, we're doing an energy integrated resource plan. You will hear us call that an IRP. An IRP is a holistic planning process used in the utility industry, where we not only look at power supply planning, but we look at demand side management. But the IRP process in this case is being broadened to include all energy uses, which includes transportation, natural gas, and how the community uses energy. And every IRP program has a community involved and stakeholder input component to it. This one, I think we've got a very robust plan that we're kicking off as we speak. We are a little bit limited in what we would have originally done because of COVID, so we're going to have to do more virtually and more small groups, just like we've had to do with commission meetings. But we're moving forward with the start of the community engagement process. I do want to stress that there's going to be multiple rounds of community engagement. Right now, we're in the initial steps where we're working on developing the baseline information from the community on their knowledge of where we're going, their questions, those sorts of things. But we're working on, and very soon we'll be standing up a website dedicated to this program. We're finalizing an online survey that communications will help us promote in the community. And then we'll start moving into doing some stakeholder meetings with different groups. That may be customer groups, business groups, neighborhood associations. We've identified a number of different types of groups that we would start having discussions with. The goal is to get a good community-wide picture of where we are right now and feedback to help us start forming some of the technical analysis in the IRP. This community engagement has included the groups that proposed and supported the resolution last year. Sustainable Tallahassee, the Tally 100 Coalition, and the Sustainability Compact that the city joined. They've actually been engaged by Michael and the team on the survey and helping to develop that and provide us input on that. This is just a graphic of the different areas that we would expect to touch as we go through the process. And like I say, we're hoping by the end of this calendar year to have the first round, the baseline community engagement and involvement feedback back to be able to bring you a report later in the year, and then start working into the technical aspects of the IRP. We've not let the delays in getting the Clean Energy Plan consultant get in our way of continuing to do things to promote and support the goal. As y'all well know, the second solar farm came on, and earlier this year, y'all approved the subscription program for our customers, including the option that the city subscribed for all of our city buildings within the territory to be fed from solar. We've joined the Capital Area Sustainability Compact. Y'all have authorized us to move forward with the EV charging station pilot, and we've got an engineer on board, and we're working through the site selection right now. We've also been working statewide with several groups, FSU, the Florida Municipal Electric Association, CAPS, and other organizations through a program called FASTER to work on expanding EV and how utilities can work together to help expand the EV process. We are hopeful that FSU, you've authorized us to partner with FSU on a solar energy technology research funding under a DOE solicitation. We're waiting to hear the results of that. FSU's proposal, as we outlined in the agenda, has advanced to the next stage for consideration. And so we've got a number of things that are going forward, but that's the gist of where we are with the plan. And David and Michael and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you so much. Rob, great presentation. Certainly do appreciate it. The recommended action is to accept the report as it's been presented. First of all,
acceptance.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Are there any questions for Mr. McGarry? Yes, sir, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. Rob, you talked about the REACH program and the fact that we had reached a significant percentage of the neighborhoods and homes in those areas that needed that service. Is that still the case now?
Yes, sir. And we've actually moved that program back into our customer operations group, and it's tied in with the group that does the energy audits.
Okay.
So they stand up REACH when it's appropriate to work into a neighborhood or an area where there's an interest shown, instead of having it run year round, because we had worked through the census categories that it was targeting.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, Rob, would be the use of natural gas. 30 years ago, when my wife and I moved into our house, that was the way to go, was natural gas. And so we hooked up to natural gas. But now, we're learning that because of how natural gas is derived through fracking, that, it was a bridge energy source up until now. But I think we're still promoting it. We're still promoting hookups and giving rebates. Where will that figure into our energy plan going forward?
That's a good question, Commissioner, and we've been asked that from a number of community groups and individuals. Gas for the near term is going to continue to be a bridge fuel as the technology expands to help bring renewables in because of the nature of most of the renewables that are available today. We need to remember that the direct use of natural gas through our gas utility is the most efficient way to use to convert the energy for heating and water heating and cooking. So it's also what's helped us get to where we are today, because we do rely on the natural gas in our generating facilities, and it's helped us to get much cleaner along with the technology that we've installed over the last 25 years. But there's also some really exciting work out there on renewable natural gas.
Okay.
And I think we're going to see in the coming years a solution or an option that will be part of our solution to use renewable natural gas. And we have been asked why we don't get out of the gas business today under the current Florida market. If we walked away from the gas utility today, every one of our customers would be picked up by another gas utility in the state. So we're focusing more in the IRP process and saying, okay, how can we use that gas utility to get us to the goal? I think renewable natural gas will be a solution that's still in the early days. It is available today, but it's very expensive. We need to give it a little more time to mature. And we've said all along in this program, we need to let some of the technologies catch up and move us to where we're going so that we can maintain a reliable, cost-effective energy system.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Any further comments or questions? Colleagues, I want you to know yesterday I had the opportunity to participate with the Commissioner of Agriculture, Nikki Freed, in the proclamation of Clean Energy Week, which I accepted on behalf of City of Tallahassee, but it also gave me the opportunity to highlight on behalf of the city all the amazing things that we are doing here as leaders as well. So I did want to share that with you. Without further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Excellent. Passes 5-0. Mr. City Manager, we have a public hearing at 5 o'clock. It is 4:47. 13.03, 04, or 05. Do you believe that any one of those can be done within the next 15 minutes, or should we go ahead and have a hard stop now?
Mr. Mayor, if you're willing to work right up to 5 o'clock, I would recommend we take item 1303.
Okay.
It's an update. There is no difficult action. I'd like to give that update if you're willing to take the next 13 minutes.
1303, colleagues. We will go straight into 5 o'clock for the public hearing. So if you need to take a quick break, just mute your microphone and your camera, and then come back and join us when you can. Mr. Manager, 13.03, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go straight to Benna. This is an update, much like the Clean Energy Plan. So, Benna, all yours.
All right, thank you so much, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. I will try to work quickly to give you an update on our Community Resilience Plan. Can you see the screen okay? All right.
Make it full screen.
There we go. All right, so commissioners, it's hard to believe that it's been only a year. Feels like it's been 6 years, but just last July, you adopted the Community Resilience Plan, and you asked for an annual update. And so I'm so pleased to present this. And I want to thank thank you for the direction that you set us on for this plan, which really began back in 2016 after Hurricane Hermine. And I also want to thank the city manager and the deputy city manager, because they have been steadfast and committed to making sure that we get this work done. The departments, all the departments have championed this work, and you'll see that throughout the update that every action has touched on multiple sectors, and I think it's really an awesome show of the kind of collaboration that we need for the future that we want to build in the community. I also want to thank Adam Jacobs, who's our Sustainability and Resilience Manager, and his team has lovingly put this together for me, so I get to share it, but they're hard at work stewarding this process and really bringing all the stakeholders together. As I mentioned, this started back in 2016. The commission asked for the plan to be started in 2017. And since we got started on that, the focus has been on preparing our community for shocks and stresses, those incidents that really disrupt our total system and how we operate, but also looking at chronic issues that are persistent in our community that weaken individuals, our households, and our neighborhoods, and even our organizations. And so this plan is comprehensive by design. It is intentional and focused on multiple types of disruptions, even though we started with a focus on hurricanes. As soon as we got started, we faced many different shocks ourselves. You might remember some of those from 2018. And even since you adopted the plan in 2019, we've had a pandemic. We've had one of the most active tropical seasons in history. We've had political, social unrest, you name it. And so this plan was designed specifically for these unprecedented times that we're in. The idea is that we would structure and come up with strategies that help us to deal with these complex problems, not just to respond to one incident, but to really invest upstream and look across our entire organizations. The summary that is provided in your agenda items highlights the 4 goal areas that are all the various partners that were part of developing this plan identified. Number 1 is public safety. Everything we do at the bottom line is how do we keep individuals, how do we keep our property safe? And then also hazard mitigation. How do we address those issues that where we can protect people and the environment, but also with a mind towards the future and adapting and adopting cleaner energy, as you've just heard, or practices that protect our environment for the future. And that way we can reduce the impact of future threats. We also focus on equity and social cohesion, and that's really the heart of a lot of the work in resilience, is addressing vulnerable people and connecting them with the resources so that they can thrive. And then lastly, how we bridge all this together in our planning efforts and our other processes and protocols so that we can really have these principles stick, not just within one division, but throughout the entire organization. And so the plan that the attachment you have for this agenda item summarizes what those goal areas are and those strategies that were identified. And I'm so pleased to report that there has been activity in every single one of those strategy areas. Really thanks again to so many departments that have just championed the resilience work, that have taken it on personally, have deeply integrated it into their work, and also to the broader community that have embraced this in such a way that really can move us all forward. So you would have in detail an appendix that summarizes over 120 actions, but today I'll just highlight the broad areas in the goals, the 4 goals, and also focus on, if you recall back in July when you adopted the plan, there were game changer strategies, and these are the strategies that we felt could be acted upon relatively soon. We had opportunity to really take some early actions and early steps, and so those are highlighted here. And again, in goal 1 under public safety, we identified strategy 1.2, an opportunity where we would create places and spaces that foster community safety. And so these are programs that go beyond law enforcement, as you might think of it within public safety, but really bring multiple players to the table and address chronic issues that sometimes encourage crime. You launched a graffiti to mural program over the last year. You accepted $150,000 for a grant for a vacant to vibrant program, and we're actually going to be kicking off that project in the coming months. We have implemented a crime prevention through environmental design certification program, and we've had 12 folks from different departments within the city get certified in that, including our code enforcement team, so that we can really start to look at how the built environment can support public safety. This is in a different category, but I wanted to highlight the incredible work of our neighborhood affairs team. They have continued to expand our neighborhood prep programs. We've had more workshops despite the COVID restrictions. We've had hundreds of people continue to stay engaged and attend and prepare themselves. Internally with the city organization, we've designated every single city employee as an essential employee or a supplemental staff. And so everyone has an emergency response role. And thanks to the fire department, as well as our HR team, we've been preparing, training folks so that they can support and really build a culture of public safety across the board. In the second goal area, this category is focused on protecting people and the environment. One of the game changer strategies you identified was to future-proof our built environment by elevating risk considerations and design standards, sustainable design standards. We've tried to look for opportunities where we can advance hazard mitigation, where we can invest money in addressing risk, how we can build infrastructure that is just smarter, that supports public safety, but also just creates an enhanced community. We celebrated just the opening of the Weems Road. That is a beautiful example of the kinds of infrastructure that we need more of and that we have continuously invested in. We've put in over $500,000 in emergency home repairs through our housing division. We've had over 187 Energy Star certified home rebates. And so folks are starting to incentivize or build this into their personal assets, even as the city also leads the way with the models and with our infrastructure. Third goal area is connecting people with each other and opportunities to thrive. Again, you'll see here, and the details are in your packet, investing the money to make people home safer, investing really thanks to the CARES Act. We've had over $1.8 million injected into our local community targeted at increasing opportunities, safe shelter opportunities for vulnerable populations. So all that has been done recently. And lastly, in the goal 4 area, this is how we've embedded it. We spent a lot of time over the last year assessing the risk, planning for it, creating dashboards, and really equipping multiple partners to make smart decisions to advance resilience. So we're so pleased that there's so much work that is going on. We know that there's a ton more that is to come. Again, we thank the leadership from all across the city department. I get to present this, but really this is the work of so many incredible city employees that have proven in one of the hardest years ever how truly resilient they are. And so I think we are well on our way to build this out for the entire community. And with that, I'll end and take any questions you have in 3 minutes.
Ms. Ojitayo, excellent job, and this is fantastic, a great report. The recommended action is to just to accept the report, to open it up for any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Mayor, I am just pleased at this report. It looks like we're moving along and we're being resilient about it. We have a plan of resiliency. So thank you, Abena, and you and your team. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. It's looking great. So I move acceptance of this update.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comment? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry? No. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Colleagues, we'll take up 1304 and 1305 after the public hearing. Take a quick 3-minute break, and we will be back at 5 o'clock for the public hearing. We are in recess. Commissioner Bryant. Is Commissioner Richardson, the Mayor Pro Tem, or Commissioner Matlow with us as well? I am waiting on a quorum.
I'm here.
Commissioner Matlow's here. We have a quorum. I'd like to call the public hearing to order. We are on item number 15.01. Do I need to go to Mr. Lavin or to the city attorney?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent.
Mr. Mayor, on 1501, our director, Robert Wiggin, has just some brief comments, probably be good to share. Kind of a closing piece on a long budget year. I think it'd be best to have him share his comments and then move to the city attorney for the process.
Sounds good. Well, we're going to do a brief presentation, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Cook so that we have public comment at the public hearing on this item. Then we will open it up for discussion and direction from there. Everybody on the same page? But I think it's important, since it's the budget plan, that we have the presentation first, so that then so we're all on the same page. So let's move forward with the presentation, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners and appointed officials, members of the public. I'll keep it brief. Today we're adopting a fiscal year 21 $894.6 million balanced budget. As one of my staff members mentioned last night at the Neighborhood Leadership Academy, it's our budget new year. We won't have a ball dropping or a parade or a light show or anything, but we'll celebrate. Since our meeting September 9th, we've made one change to the operating budget and one change to the capital budget that I want to bring your attention to. We updated the budget as you directed to include 100% of in-kind funding for all special events in fiscal year 21. Thank you for that direction. I'll note that the revised capital budget is $151.5 million. There was one project that will start in fiscal year 22, so we were able to reduce the budget by that $700,000 and time that project correctly. And then, but probably most importantly in this update, we want to thank and affirm the Community Human Service Partnership process. It's progressed through the Citizens Review Team with 60 volunteers conducting 86 virtual agency site visits. That represents almost 2,800 donated hours. Those donated hours are from folks that are, reflects the city's diversity, race, ethnicity, age, gender, expertise, occupation, cultural experience, and community representation. When you adopt the fiscal year 21 budget, as we go through the steps that the city attorney will walk us through, that fiscal year 21 adoption will establish the 2-year grant cycle for the CHSP process and include a total allocation of $3.9 million. That $3.9 million is critical. As we saw in fiscal year 20, the CHSP funded program served and provided a safety net for approximately 44,000 citizens. The agencies that they employed in providing those services equaled about 2,000 FTEs. And then the economic impact to our community of that nearly $4 million that the city obligates and appropriates in a balanced budget has an impact of about $152 million in revenues and expenditures. And the reason that there's such growth is that money is used to leverage $60 million in state funding and $40 million in federal funding. So again, when we adopt this this budget tonight, it will include that CHSP. With those 3 changes acknowledged in the resolutions that are attached to the agenda item, Resource Management recommends that you proceed through the listed 10 steps in the public hearing process. Those steps will receive public input on the proposed millage rates, the operating and capital budgets for both the city and Downtown Improvement Authority. It will adopt final millage rates and an operating and capital budget for the city and the Downtown Improvement Authority. And then finally, at the same time, we're taking this opportunity to ask you to authorize a 5-year contract for the annual taser replacement program. It'll allow us to upgrade our tasers 1 year early with the latest technology that's available, in the industry. With that introduction, unless there's any questions, I'll open the floor for your questions, public comment, and then direction from the city attorney.
Excellent. Now, Madam Attorney, is this where we need to begin steps 1 through 10 formally on the record?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, so let me read into the record. The final millage rate for the fiscal year 2021 is 4.1000 for the City of Tallahassee and 1.000 for the Downtown Improvement Authority, which is more than the aggregate rollback rate of 3.9812 by 3.51%. Resolution number 20-R-40, which is provided to state the percentage that the millage rate is above the rollback rate, is in attachment 1. How am I doing on step 1 there, Madam Attorney?
Fairly well.
We are on step 2. It is now time for public input on the city's final millage rate. In compliance with Florida Statute 200.065, this hearing has been advertised in the newspaper per statutory criteria 2 to 5 days prior on September 19th, 2020. Mr. Cook, do we have any public speakers on the city's proposed millage rate and budget?
Mayor, we have 3 individuals who signed up to speak on this item 1501, probably on a combination of the millage and the budget itself. So I will go ahead and call those speakers. They will be Sierra Bush Rester, Elizabeth Winchester, and Kayla Norris Barber. So each of them will have 3 minutes to address this particular item, and they will each give a name and address for the record, and I'll give them 3 minutes. The first speaker is Sierra Bush Rester, and I believe all 3 are connected, so you may begin.
Just on the city's budget, I just wanted to say that the people of Tallahassee have been asking for, I don't know, probably a decade or more now, for more money to be put into affordable housing, into mental health programs and services for our kids and our parks and things of that nature. And when we give TPD $60 million of our tax budget, it does seem that there are some avenues that are not being properly funded, and I get that we're probably going to be in a recession soon, and there's a lot less money because of the pandemic. So a really great idea would be to move some of the $60 million we give the police so that they can show up to peaceful protests and riot gear and show up to people's houses and take them away for peacefully protesting. Instead of spending all of that money on that, we could actually spend money on things that have been proven statistically time and time again to cut down on crime and to help out people. And we need to defund Tallahassee police and refund mental health programs and affordable housing and things of that nature. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Winchester.
Yes, hi. Elizabeth Winchester. My address is 2118 Old Fort Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. Yes, I guess I just would like to speak to the same, is that, I've been sitting in on a court watch for first appearances for I guess for the local circuit rather. And what's been abundantly clear to me in the short time that I've been doing that is how many of these young men and young women and older men, and I haven't seen any older women yet, are poor. They have severe mental health issues, many of them, and most of them are Black. I think I've seen one white individual. I'm not there every day. And so along, by the same token, I guess I would just, I would like to see money diverted from our police department, which seems to have a lot of toys to play with, and some of that funding that we give so much to TPD be diverted to education, to mental health, Also for like remedial education, because many of these young defendants who come into the public defender's office, they're not able to read or write. So for them to be able to follow along or understand what's happening in court is almost impossible for a good number of them. So I just would like to go on the record saying that, I don't really like the term defund, because that sounds like we just want to take everything away from the police, and I'm not an advocate of that. But I do think that our police department has more than it needs budget-wise, and I think that the city of Tallahassee should be diverting more of that funding to these other high needs that we have in our community. And I yield my time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker will be Kayla Norris Barber.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kayla Norris Barber, 527 West Brevard Street. I'm here today on behalf of the Griffin Heights Neighborhood Association. The Griffin Heights Neighborhood Association has finalized its Neighborhood First plan. And unlike other economically distressed neighborhoods who've gone through the process, Griffin Heights is not a part of the CRA. So if you look at Frenchtown and Bond and Providence, they are all in the CRA, and they've been included in the CRA's budget. Griffin Heights is not included in anybody's budget. We've sent you an email with 5 priority funding items, which come to about $4.5 million. We'd like to have you put something in the city's operating budget, if not all of it, at least a placeholder to get us through at least the first year. We had anticipated that we would have finished the process prior to the adoption of the budget, but as a result of COVID, that plan kind of got derailed. So we find ourselves with a draft that hasn't been presented to you all. So on behalf of the Griffin Heights Neighborhood Association, I appeal for a placeholder in FY21's budget for implementation of the Griffin Heights Neighborhood First Plan.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, do we have any other public comments on the city's proposed millage rate or proposed budget?
No, sir.
All right, Madam Attorney, I will turn it over to you on step number 4.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll now have, at this point in time, we'll allow speakers, public speakers, an input on the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed millage rate, which is 1 mil, and the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed budget of $388,569 as presented in the September 9th meeting. This hearing for the Downtown Improvement Authority has been advertised in the Tallahassee Democrat on September 19th, 2020 in compliance with Florida Statute Section 200.065. We'll now have speakers.
Mr. Cook, do we have any public speakers on the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage, proposed millage?
No speakers on the Downtown Improvement Authority's millage or budget.
Madam Attorney.
Thank you. The next step is to approve adjustments to the city's final budget as contained in the agenda item and as amended pursuant to the statements made by staff.
So a motion for the recommended adjustments would be appropriate, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you comfortable making that motion?
So moved.
I will second it. Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. At this point, Mayor, we need a motion for approval of the city's final millage rate of 4.1 mils as reflected in Resolution 20-R-40, the title of which reads as follows. Resolution number 20-R-40, a resolution establishing the millage rate for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021 as 4.1 mils for the City of Tallahassee and 1 mil for the Downtown Improvement Authority, which is greater than the aggregate rollback rate of 3.9812 by 3.51% and provided an effective date. May I have a motion for approval of the final millage rate?
Mayor Pro Tem properly makes the motion, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. Passes unanimously, 5-0. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. The next step 8, is to approve the city's final fiscal year 2021 budget as amended, reflected in the appropriations resolution number 20-R41AA, attachment 2, the title of which reads as follows. Resolution number 20-R-41AA, a resolution adopting the operating and capital budgets for the City of Tallahassee and the operating budget for the Downtown Improvement Authority for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021, designating the sources of revenue and said appropriations and providing an effective date, and which reflects all changes to the proposed budget that were previously approved by the Commission and subsequent adjustments discussed this evening. May I have a motion for approval of the 2021 budget as amended and reflected in resolution number 20-R-41AA?
So moved. Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Madam Attorney.
Now we need a motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage rate of 1 mil and move approval of resolution number 20-R-40.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Attorney.
Now for a motion to approve the Downtown Improvement Authority's final fiscal year 2021 budget, which totals $338,569, and resolution number 20-R-41AA.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Seeing any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Madam Attorney.
That concludes the Commission's required actions on the fiscal year 2021 budget for the City of Tallahassee and the Downtown Improvement Authority. One final action is requested by the City Manager, and that is to authorize the City Manager to negotiate and execute a 5-year contract for the annual TASER replacement program.
So moved.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Madam Attorney, any other business on the budget?
No, sir. That is the end for this year.
Colleagues, congratulations. We have passed a balanced budget and ready to begin the next fiscal year. Madam Attorney, thank you for walking us through this. Robert, Raul, Reese, the entire team, thank you for all your hard work and dedication. We certainly do appreciate it. We're on number. We're on item number 15.02, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 15.02 is the second and final public hearing on the extension of the campus development agreement with FSU. This item seeks City Commission approval of a 1-year extension of the development agreement between the city and Florida State University. Under state law, a development agreement is required to facilitate coordination between the state university and a host local government and to provide for implementation of the university campus master plan. The existing development agreement is scheduled to expire on December 31st, 2020. FSU has requested the extension to allow FSU to complete adoption of its new campus master plan. Option 1 is recommended.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cook, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we have 2 speakers on this. First, Sierra Bush Rester. Second, Elizabeth Winchester. And we'll go to the first speaker and open it up for 3 minutes. You'll need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Hi.
I think there was a delay.
Okay, thank you for having me. I would just like to say, if given that I've understood what just happened correctly, that we just passed a city budget, which once again gives $60 million to.
Wester, we are on item 15.02.
Right, I understand that. So I'm segueing in. So given that Tallahassee citizens have been asking for more money to be spent on mental health programs and on programs for affordable housing, it makes me question, where are we going to find the money to do this if we want to do it? And so my suggestion would be to not renew the contract with FSU. That way we don't have to spend another, what is it, going to be $60 million on the convention center for them. So if we have that, if we don't renew it, then we may have some extra money to spend on the taking care of the people of Tallahassee. I can't think of another way to actually start helping the citizens, but I'm sure y'all could come up with some creative ones. But let's see. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck, our next speaker.
Next speaker, Elizabeth Winchester.
Yes, hi. This is Elizabeth Winchester. I guess the same, it just seems to me that, we have significant issues with a lack of affordable housing here in our community. And yet it just seems that whatever FSU wants, FSU gets. And, I drive through College Town, or what is now College Town, and see, the big College Town letters, and yet we can afford these continued developments and basically any project that FSU seems to desire, and yet we can't afford internet for poor children or students. We can't afford to house our homeless. We can't afford to build, contribute anything toward a homeless community. So again, or mental health. So again, I just question the allocation of these resources, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Mayor, that was the final speaker on this item.
Excellent. Ms. Jackson, will you please?
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on.
Okay.
Just a second, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll come right to you.
Okay.
Ms. Jackson, could you please remind the commission the fiscal impact of moving forward with the development agreement with Florida State University? Is this a financial issue, or is this by state statute or agreement of the municipality and how we work with the university on growth issues and redevelopment?
Yes, Mayor. This is the planning document that is being developed by FSU, and we entered into a development agreement with them as required by state law after they have completed their planning. So this is a way for us to see how they want to plan for the university and to enter into an agreement with them regarding that plan after it's complete.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted to also ask, according to what we say was listed here, there's no fiscal impact. So it's not like we're providing any funding for this process with FSU, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, is there a motion on the table for acceptance of the item as recommended?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded Commissioner Bryant. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 15.03. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.03 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-31, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, creating Division 4, Sections 2-253 through 2-258 and Article 6 of Chapter 2 in the Code of General Ordinances, creating a Citizens Police Review Board, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. If it's your pleasure, I will do a brief presentation if you like, or how would you like me to proceed?
Colleagues, would you like for the city attorney to provide a presentation, or are you ready to go into discussion and ask questions? I think we're ready for discussion and questions, Ms. Jackson. I appreciate it, but at any time, if anybody wants to, we can do so. We'll open up the floor. Mayor Pro Tem, colleagues, questions, comments, motions?
Move acceptance.
Mayor, you will have citizen comments. I just want to make sure you remember that.
Oh,
I apologize. Okay. So I tell you what, I apologize. I made a mistake. Ms. Jackson, yes. I forgot we do have citizen comment. Let's do the presentation, and then we will go into citizen comment, Mr. Cook, and then we will have discussion and move forward from there. I apologize, I made a mistake. Ms. Jackson, let's make sure that we're all on the same page with what is before us. So if you would do the presentation, please. Sorry, folks.
Thank you. At the June 17, 2020 City Commission meeting, direction was provided to introduce an ordinance creating a Citizens Police Review Board consistent with the recommendations contained in the June 17th agenda item. The proposed ordinance 20-0-31 was introduced on September 9, 2020, and this item brings the proposed ordinance before the City Commission for public hearing. The creation of a Citizen Review Board is in response to citizen requests for the same. Broad direction was provided, which included a board that had permanence such that it would be created by ordinance rather than by resolution or policy. As recommended by the final report of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing in 2015, the City Commission would be defining the appropriate form and structure of citizen oversight within the law of Florida to meet the needs of the community. This is being accomplished in parallel with TPD's establishment of the Citizen Advisory Council, as also recommended by the task force. By contrast to the Chiefs Advisory Council, the National Association of Citizen Oversight of Law Enforcement Agents Association also recommends oversight committees like the one proposed, which is in its simplest terms is a group of individuals outside of the chain of command of the police department who take on the task of holding the police department accountable for its actions and those of its members. The benefits of such a board are stated in the agenda item, but include improving community relations by acting as a bridge between the community and the police department, improving TPD policies and procedures, and demonstrating the desire for increased accountability and transparency. The following components are recommended in the proposed ordinance based on consideration of Florida review boards and public comment. It is to be composed of 9 members appointed by the City Commission, 5 appointed individually by the mayor and city commissioners, and 4 appointed from nominations by the social or civic community organizations. Members serve a non-compensated staggered terms of 3 years, who must not be a city employee or a relative of any TPD employee, receive training on TPD policies and procedures, attend the Police Department Citizens Academy, and participate in police ride-along. Qualifications are intended to produce a board membership that can review cases in an objective and unbiased manner. This board would have authority to review and provide recommendations on completed internal affairs investigations after any grand jury proceeding involving the use of alleged excessive force and deadly force, and review and provide recommendations on police policy at the request of the city manager or chief of police, or when a matter is brought to the attention of the board in the board's discretion. Before review can occur in any case, the investigation, review, and final determination by the police department, if any, is required to have been completed. This is pursuant to Florida law. Also, this board will prepare an annual report to the City Commission, the city manager, the chief of police, regarding the board's review over the preceding year, to include statistics and summaries of citizen complaints, a comparison of board findings and conclusions with actions taken by the chief of police, and a recommendation related to changes in policies and procedures. The proposed ordinance authorizes the City Commission to suspend certain qualifications of the board for good cause in the public interest, such as a pandemic. Action is also requested to suspend qualifications 4 and 5 contained in the proposed ordinance and policies and procedures until determined safe to participate due to COVID-19 by the administrator. These deal with requirements of board members to successfully complete the Tallahassee Police Department Citizens Academy and 2 hours of diversity and equity training within 1 year of their appointment and participation in ride-alongs within 60 days of their appointment. The agenda item also seeks approval of the proposed policies and procedures which will govern the board. These policies and procedures provide for the board to receive notice of all completed internal affairs reports and determine those desired for review by the board. They also provide for the board to determine whether there are other cases or issues of public importance or interest that are desired for review by the board. Board recommendations may accompany any review engaged in by the board. In summary, the recommended action is to approve option 1, conduct public hearing, adopt ordinance number 20-0-31, and approve the policies and procedures, and option 2, suspend qualifications 4 and 5 of the proposed ordinance and the policies and procedures until determined safe to participate due to COVID-19 by the administrator. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Cook, let's move into public comment, please.
Mayor, we have a number of speakers, a dozen or so on this item. The first will be Margaret Moore and then Darwin Gamble. And I have not yet checked to make sure each of those folks is connected. So Margaret Moore.
Hi, am I seen and heard?
You are certainly heard. I don't see you yet, but yes, seen and heard. You may begin. If you'll give your name and address, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Margaret Moore. My address is 1910 Monticello Drive. To the commissioners, thank you. To any media reporters listening, thank you for hanging in there with all of us who sit here. I've been on hold since 4 o'clock, and I see that the motion to accept was halfway out someone's mouth before more than a dozen public comments were called to the mayor's attention. I find that just a glaring example of the overall arching issues that are going on right now. I'm very concerned with the track record of voting on issues before gathering and incorporating current public input. I'm always pointed to reports that are generated before these crises befell the world. I feel like the concept of it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission is how this thing operates. I understand we cannot have the truly idealistic CPAC that we dream of. I know we're held back by state law. I know we're held back by our own staff recommendations, and a select few have too much influence over our public policy, and we should not have to settle for a start. We don't have to start this until you all decide to. We can save everyone's energy, time, money now by not starting a project that will be doomed to fail, because as history shows, criticism is not well received once these things are formed. 3 things no one can answer for me. If more than 4 agencies nominate for these appointments, who will choose from these nominations? Who will be the ombudsman? I know who it's going to be appointed by. And to what extent does the city manager control this information that a CRB might potentially yield? I have 180 seconds to communicate so much that we have a racist, militant police force operating above reproach in our own city. Its chief was selected by the city manager, who will be controlling the information that a CRB generates. The mistrust for them is high right now, and now they want to mitigate large gatherings that I had to quickly read and digest, and they were not available for public comment, which will be posted publicly but not distributed to commissioners. I don't understand how that works. Why now? Who will this impact? What communities are going to be targeted by these hours of these locations? What violence might erupt to increase police presence in already tense times? The proposed work of the task force includes obtaining video recordings to identify attendees. The consequences need to be weighed. All I see is further criminalization of our Black and poor communities, because it's not the white kids out there at those times. This will not address the football parties. This will not address the pool parties. This will not affect those kids that are having super spreader events, because this makes me think this is not about COVID at all. And because if TPD cared about COVID, they would be wearing masks everywhere they go. I do not
You're at
see
almost 3.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks so much. Mr. Cook, our next speaker.
The next speaker will be Darwin Gamble, followed by Wiz Benoit. Darwin Gamble.
Good afternoon. Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. Almost 2 years ago, I attended a meeting at the Amtrak station on the subject of locating a new police headquarters on the south side of Tallahassee. More than 60 people were packed into the community room there, and you know what that community room was like. And the crowd was deeply divided on that issue. But near the end of the meeting, somebody brought up the need for a civilian review board over the police department, and there was almost 100% support for that. However, there was also great support for making sure that body had teeth that would hold the department and its officers accountable. And I'm sorry to say the proposal before you doesn't do that. What the ordinance would do is create an advisory board that could review what the department does and make recommendations that can be ignored. It has no real authority over the department at all. I don't think that's what the public really wants. I think to get there, we would need an amendment to the city charter, and you'd have to create something like a police commission that actually governs the police department. And as I said, this proposal is a long way from that. So I really can't support it. I know it's going to be hard to vote against it, but it's one of those things that might not do much harm, but won't do much good either. However, I can support a proposal by Mayor Daley to create crisis intervention teams, or whatever you're going to call them. These are the healthcare professionals and social workers that would answer 911 calls related to things like homelessness, drug overdoses, mental health crises. Those, I think, have the potential to save lives, and I look forward to seeing that on a City Commission agenda soon. Thank you.
Right. Our next speaker was Wiz Benoit, but had to withdraw, so that makes our next speaker John Reimert, followed by Aaron Civic. So the next speaker would be John Reimert.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. I do want to echo their sentiments as well, the previous speakers, but what I'm seeing is blatant disregard to pretty much all of our public comments so far through the past several commissioner meetings. All of us have voiced our opinions profoundly to you to, I don't know, reallocate some of the funding from TPD to help with mental health crisis that's happening, help with the underprivileged in the city, and help with affordable housing throughout the city. And we're struggling, and we're begging you to make these decisions to help our community, and it seems like you're ignoring them. So now we're sitting here asking you once again to hear us out, to give us a board with teeth, a CPAC. This Citizens Review Board is not going to have teeth. It's not going to be able to make the changes that are necessary. Our community is dying. Our community is crying. And if you're not willing to listen to us and help us, then I'm at a loss. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we're all scared. We're all, just hoping that you can just hear us out. I'm looking at all your faces right now, and I don't know how you can sleep at night with some of the things that you're passing. And I hate to say that, because I want to have faith in my government. I want to have faith that you guys can make the right decisions for all of us. But what I'm seeing is not the right decisions. You're talking about tracking down, giving TPD the ability to track down, people by facial recognition and hunt them down. I mean, it's frightening, to say the least. And I honestly beg you once again to pass a proposal for a CPAC that has teeth and give us, the people, the opportunity to actually make a difference in what's happening and what's going on in our community. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Civic, and then Cheyenne Rudisil. I don't see either of them connected, but I will pause just a moment for Aaron Civic, then Cheyenne Rudisil. I'll move to Peter Woodley. Again, making sure I don't see a connection. I do not, so that will take us to Sierra Bush Rester and then Whitfield Leland.
Hi, everyone. And just to make sure, so if we want to comment more on the proposal that Chief Revel just put in, when would be the time to do so? Do I need to include that in my comments now, or is there going to be time to comment on that?
Just stay on and you'll have the opportunity to comment. We'll allow it since it was brought to us so late in the time that I'll take public comment during that. That would be the proper thing to do. So thank you. So then I will start my comment on the Police Review Board now. You know, I am also a bit at a loss of exactly what to say here, as us coming on and speaking. The 80 people who spoke last meeting didn't seem to help with anything. It seems that given that the mayor went ahead and skipped over public comment, and then it was moving to start voting on this already before public comment was even given, it seems like their minds were already made up about this. And I get that you guys might think that this might be a start. I understand that. But contrary to what the city attorney has said, and this has been reviewed by predominant lawyers in town, you actually do have the power to create a CPAC. Under Section 10 of the city charter, it says that all powers of the city are vested in the city's commission, and that city commission may, by ordinance or resolution, prescribe the manner at which any power of city shall be exercised. Therefore, you actually can give us CPAC, and that is what the people of Tallahassee have been asking for. And moreover, like, my issue with having people on the review board that are appointed by and overseen by RESCODE and by the commission is that if you look at your track record, have not had best track record of holding TPD accountable. 80 people asked you last week to do something about the fact that TPD showed up in riot gear to drag young people away, and that they showed up with police dogs, and they hurt our young people and our children in this city, and you guys have yet to do anything about it. So when we talk about the commission holding TPD accountable, I find that almost laughable, because I don't think that this commission will. And we have asked you to fire RESCODE. We have asked you to fire Lawrence Revel, and you have yet to do that. And so no wonder the community doesn't want this review board, because it's not even a start. It's just something to placate us, and so that you can pat yourselves on the back and pretend that you did something. But if you want the city, and if you want to hold TPD accountable, you will provide us with a CPAC so that the community, the taxpayers of this town, can have some sort of control over the violence and brutality that TPD affects on our citizens. And I wish I wouldn't get emotional on this, but we are in the middle of a pandemic, and a global pandemic, and in the middle of a new civil rights era. And our leaders, who we're supposed to look up to, who are supposed to be our representatives and who are supposed to care for us, are not doing so. And you guys are only caring about TPD and other special interests, and I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do anymore, and my heart is broken. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next is Whitfield Leland, followed by Tisha Lisbon.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing? My name is Whitfield Leland, 754 West 7th Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. I just have a couple things. Y'all know what the people want, so we're gonna leave it at that. But with this new ordinance that Chief Revel introduced, I have two concerns. Is it discriminating against the low-income folks in profit, such gatherings, apartments, and not include single-family neighborhoods? how can we trust that TPD enforce this policy equally, whether it's majority Black apartments or on the South Side versus the college student housing in College Town? I looked at it, I read it on the fly since we've been sitting here. I think if you do adopt it, ordinance, I'm not saying this against it because I don't go out. Like I don't play with the COVID-19, but if we do, I think that we adopt, we put that it includes single family homes, and then that's on and off campus. Even if we got to get Florida State TPD on our board. I got a text this morning, and it bothered me. It said, "Good morning. I want to let you know that I personally talked to the guy that broke into my house last night. He was taken to Appalachia for 72 hours and released. To me, this is crazy. To me, the shit is crazy. But he apologized for what he did, and he thanked me for not shooting him. I understand how drugs work, but remember everything included. He remembered everything, including my dude name. Crazy. But I thought I'd give you an update on the lies that they both told us that he was arrested." That's a concern in my community, man. Like I reached out to TPD on this issue, and they told us that the guy was they had him and that he was arrested. Now, what if she would have killed him? And I see us talking all this, moving money around, but my people still dying in the streets. I just had one guy killed in broad daylight. You know, we putting ordinances together, and things happen in daylight. Like, what are we doing to stop the violence? Like let's put something towards that if we're gonna do anything. Because in my community, the Black community, we still dying. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can say it's Black on Black crime if you want to, but that's poverty. Anywhere in the poor area, you're gonna get that, whether you're Black, white, Mexicans, Chinese, it doesn't matter. Man, y'all listen, please. You know what I'm saying? It's a couple y'all up. You know what I'm saying? For re-election, man, I mean, at the end of the day, the people tired. Like, we want to have faith in y'all, but, I mean, if not, then we'll see y'all at the voting box, man. Thank y'all. I yield the rest of my time.
Thanks. Mr. Cook, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tisha Lisbon. Michael McLaughlin. No Michael McLaughlin. Then Anthony Suarez, who I do see is here and prepared to speak. If you'll give your name and address for the record, you may begin.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Anthony Suarez. I live at 2566 West Tennessee Street. And I'd like to call on the commission and the mayor to reject this proposal for the Citizens Review Board. As previous speakers have mentioned, this is a utterly powerless this would be an utterly powerless body. We don't need further review to know that Michael Johnson should not have been shot in the back of the head. We don't need further review to know that Wilbon Woodard should not have been murdered the night he was. We don't need further review to know that Tony McDade should not have been shot 5 times in the back before he could even react. What we need is power given back to the people of Tallahassee. The people of Tallahassee are being policed, and the people of Tallahassee have a right to say how they are being policed. The vehicle which I and many, many, many others see as as leading us to community control of the police and giving power to the people of Tallahassee over the police is a Civilian Police Accountability Council, a democratically elected body which would be completely independent from the police forces in Tallahassee and the city government, and would allow the people of Tallahassee to elect representatives who would actually have the power to hold the police accountable, who would have the power to hire and fire the chief of police, who would have the power to discipline individual officers, who would have the power to review any excessive force, any misconduct by the police in Tallahassee, and not just the specific instances that are outlined for the Citizens Review Board. So I urge this body, this commission, and the mayor, I urge you to reject the Citizens Review Board, and I urge you to support a Civilian Police Accountability Council to give real power to the people of Tallahassee over the police here, and to give us the opportunity to decide how we are policed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Elizabeth Winchester, and that will be the final speaker on this item, Mayor. Elizabeth Winchester.
Yes, hi. Still Elizabeth, still the same address. So people have already pretty much addressed, I guess, what all of us or many of us are concerned about regarding the Citizens Review Board. I guess when a governmental body just goes ahead and does whatever it has on its agenda and really doesn't listen to the majority of the people in the community, the only thing we can do is perhaps document it. Because honestly, what I keep thinking is somebody needs to call Michael Moore or perhaps the Moonlight director that graduated from FSU, because I just think, a lot of other cities are working toward criminal justice reform and in a legitimate, authentic way. And it just seems like our city continues to move in the opposite direction, as though no one is noticing. And I guess I just want to let you know, we do notice and we will document it. I don't think pleading here is going to change anything. I think you've made up your minds. I also wanted to mention that I looked for the article. I couldn't find it just now, but the first Citizens Review Board class, just for the public's knowledge, I'm sure some of you on the board must be aware of this. The teacher in that class actually used the N-word in that class and justified it as being necessary, as having to repeat exactly what was said in a presentation he was making. And then he also actually stated his opinion that had George Floyd complied with the officer's request and just stayed in the back of the patrol car, he would still be alive. So I just think that kind of says it all, the mentality and the lack of awareness and the lack of empathy of the implicit bias of a teacher that TPD has selected to teach this class. I just find it, if it wasn't so sad, it would be funny, but it's sad. And I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winchester. I certainly haven't heard. I don't know if my colleagues have heard of any of those incidences with the teacher. Of course, we will look into it, and if that is true, then of course action will be taken. But thank you for bringing it to our attention. We certainly appreciate it. Okay, do we have any other?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Point of clarification. It was not the Citizen Review Board, because there is no Citizen Review Board yet. That's what we're discussing right now. So I'm not sure if it was some other event, but not the Citizen Review Board.
I believe it was the.
It was a citizen.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
There are no further speakers on this item, Mayor.
Okay. Let's open it up for discussion. I'll go back to the Mayor Pro Tem. We'll just go down the line.
Move acceptance of the recommendation.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem has moved approval of the recommendation at the second public hearing. It has been seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment or questions? For the record, Madam Attorney, how many times have we dealt with this issue at a meeting?
I believe
Attorney, you're muted.
He's muted.
I apologize. So this item was initially brought, I know it was brought June, I think at the end of June. Then let me just find the item. Okay. June 17th, direction was provided on June 17th, and then we had the introduction on September 9th, and then of course we have this public hearing. But on June 3rd also was the initial direction, so at least four times it's been before the City Commission.
Excellent. Motion for approval has been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Attorney, we are on item number 15.04, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-39, an ordinance amending section 15-36 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee relating to Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, revising the frequency of submission of the Affordable Housing Committee report to the City Commission and to the state, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. During the 2020 legislative session, the Florida legislature passed the Affordable Housing Omnibus Bill, House Bill 1339, which went into effect on July 1st, 2020. The new law carries implications for the city's Affordable Housing Advisory Committee with respect to membership and reporting. As mandated by this law, proposed ordinance number 20-0-39 provides revisions to the City Code of General Ordinances, section 15-36, to address provisions relating to the appointment of an elected official to the board or to the committee, and changing the frequency of reporting from a triennial report to an annual report to the City Commission and an entity created by the state, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation Affordable Housing Catalyst Program. Option 1 is recommended.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cook, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we do. The first speaker is Sierra Bush-Rester, and then Lori Johnson.
Ms. Bush-Rester, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
I yield my time.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you are recognized for 3 minutes.
No, earlier Ms. Johnson was not available. I just wanted to be sure she hadn't joined us. Hearing nothing further, the last and final speaker on this would be Elizabeth Winchester.
Ms. Winchester, thank you. You have 3 minutes. You're recognized.
Yes, I'll yield my time on this one.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment, Mr. Cook?
No, sir.
15.04, my colleagues.
Move option 1, Mr. Mayor.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, do we have anything else come before us at the public hearing?
No, sir, we do not.
This concludes the public hearing. We are back on item number 13.04. And that is Mr. Goad and Chief Revel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start this and ask Chief Revel to provide comments as appropriate. As you know, over the last several months, we've seen some activity as it relates to what we've called pop-up parties, where people are gathering, dozens of people are gathering in parking lots largely as an alternative to other activities that might otherwise, like clubs and things like that, that weren't available. TPD has addressed that to the best of its ability. We all know that there is a risk of the spread of COVID, but it also could result in violence and other incidents. In fact, over the summer, there was a tragic incident at one of these parties. We simply don't have the tools in our toolbox because this is a novel issue and it is a result of the conditions we face. We have hoped that this would get better. I will tell you that the trend as recently as last weekend tells us it's the opposite. In fact, we had 27 gatherings largely at midnight or after midnight into the very early morning hours, where there were dozens of people gathering at various parking lots in town. In fact, in your agenda materials, there is an outline of maybe a dozen events that give you some characterization of what they are. And so we wanted to, at minimum, bring this matter to your attention. It was added to the agenda yesterday. I sent you an email prior to that indicating my intent to bring it to you so that there was an awareness by you as well as the public of what we're seeing, and just talk about strategies to deal with it. TPD has mustered up supplemental resources to make sure it can adequately address these events, but they are growing and their resources are now taxed. The chief, working with his partners, It is looking for other strategies. The university law enforcement partners are looking for other strategies to discourage these kind of events because of the dangerous nature of the spread of COVID, as well as other things that could happen with them. So I think it's very important to have this conversation. There is a draft ordinance, because we have talked about that ultimately could be a remedy as well. We've stopped short of recommending the adoption of that, but it's certainly at your disposal that we've worked with the city attorney's office on to adopt if that seems fitting to you. These city commission meetings provide us an opportunity to talk to you about this as well as the public. And keep in mind, your next city commission meeting is not until October 14th. So time is of the essence to have these conversations. The situation is very dynamic, it's very fluid, and this is the appropriate format to have that. Frankly, I probably have stolen a lot of what Chief Revel was going to say, but I think it's important that you hear from me. I added this to the agenda. He did not. It's his item, but it was at my request that this be brought forward to make sure that we all have an awareness of what's happening and explore ways to keep our community safe and address the needs that are in front of us. And so, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, if I could ask Chief Revel to just add any details he seems appropriate, he seems fit and that are appropriate for this, just to give context and background to the discussion.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. And yeah, the manager did steal most of what I was going to say, but just to give you kind of an idea of what we're looking at, over a 3-month period, we had 376 just of these pop-up type calls, with the vast majority of them being on just Friday and Saturday night. And you can see from your notes there, the 12 that we dealt with, it started out as a group of 15 vehicles and 25 to 30 people, and grew as it moved around town to 300 to 400 vehicles and over 500 people, which was parked on sidewalks and all over. This is strictly an issue to bring before you to get some direction from you all. We are concerned about the spread of COVID, and we are also very concerned about the violence that we know can occur at these, has already occurred at these, and we just want to be on the forefront of making sure that we're doing what we can do to protect our citizens and make sure we don't have another tragedy like that. So whether that's an ordinance or whether that's some other means, we are already partnering with our law enforcement agency, with other law enforcement agencies around town. You saw where President Thrasher put something out in regard to that as well, and all of us working together. So these are strictly, I hear the concerns that were mentioned earlier, and this is in no way, shape, or form meant to do anything other than deal with these large pop-up gatherings that just continue to grow and continue to become more of an issue for us, and to deal with the large gatherings that are happening around major events, football games and other events in our town, where you've seen those on social media as well. And that's really where our partnership with FSU and FAMU come into play, because they want to be a part of that for the administrative issues that they can deal with the students. So I'll be glad to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief. Do you have specific recommendations that you are looking for from the City Commission? And Mr. Goode, same question is posed to you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, let me weigh in. I think the Chief's waiting for me to
yes,
share that. First, we're looking for your feedback as it relates to our approach to date, what we've been doing, what TPD's been doing, the enhanced efforts that TPD will engage in with our university partners. I believe you're supportive of that, but I want to make sure that we're headed in the right direction in your opinion. We also want your opinion about the implementation of an emergency ordinance. Does that seem fitting to you? I can tell you that TPD recommends it. I can speak for them, but we stopped short. We realize that this issue has not been discussed in this form before, and so we stopped short of recommending the passage of that tonight. But it's certainly something that we could take up at a future meeting. You could call a special meeting, and we could watch the events this weekend. We are concerned about the trend. We don't want to wait too long on this trend. The volume this weekend was, I believe, the highest in the weather's better. We have other events. We're in a different season of time. And we want to be as proactive as we can on that. So Mr. Mayor, hopefully that kind of answers that question.
For everybody that's participating in the meeting, let's make sure we're all on the same page. What would the emergency ordinance look like? What are you asking for in the emergency ordinance? What does it do? What would we be creating? This is a brand new item, so let's make sure everybody completely understands what would be requested.
Mr. Mayor.
At some point. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, before we go further, I thought I recall you were going to allow some folks to speak on this. Do you want to hear that first before because we may start talking about some things that may cause some additional questions, or they may give us some information that could help us make a decision. Do we want to do the comments first or what?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to get to the public comments, and I am going to allow them because this was submitted basically after the deadline for signing up for public comment. And so anyone that's participating that wants to speak, of course, we'll give them the opportunity to speak.
Okay.
But I do have this question because we're talking about emergency ordinance, and I think it's important for everybody to understand what would be in an emergency ordinance and what does that look like. So we start off on the same page, and we go from there, and of course we can take any recommendations as well. But I'll get to the public comment in just a second. Mr. Goad.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. And if I could ask our city attorney to help me, because we've worked hand in glove with the city attorney's office to make sure that anything we would propose or even suggest would be within the powers of the city commission, and that it would be very limited in nature to address exactly this situation. So she and the deputy city attorney and probably others, frankly, have worked to make sure it addresses those. I could read it, but it may be better, Madam Attorney, if you kind of described really what this tries to achieve and the elements of it.
Thank you. So the purpose of the ordinance is really to just deal with the very narrow issue that the police department is presented with, and that is the large gatherings that occur on Friday night and Saturday. It has a very limited period of time that it would be applicable. That would be between the hours of 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. And it is directed toward large gatherings that occur primarily in parking lots, in yards connected to multi-use facilities, and it is very limited. The large groups that we were looking at would not include temporary shelters or housing facilities, places of worship, restaurants or bars with outdoor seating areas, or university and colleges if the groups have been otherwise authorized to be on those premises. It's directed at open outdoor spaces, which include parking lots, streets, parks, playgrounds, fields, as well as driveways, pool decks, pools, and yards ancillary to multifamily residential developments. And again, as I said, it's very narrow because it only would be applying on Friday and Saturday between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 a.m. The person would receive, if they were in violation, would receive a civil citation. It would be a $100 civil citation under our code, section 1-7. And again, as I said, it is very limited just to deal with the issues that have arisen because of large gatherings on property, oftentimes without the awareness of the owner.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Madam Attorney, would single-family homes with large group gathering also be included?
It would not apply to single-family homes. No, it would not.
Even if they were able to get 300 people on a piece of property at a single family home, because one of the concerns I'll just share is that, and you heard Leland Whitfield mention it earlier, we want to make sure we're not targeting housing developments or multifamily homes on the south side, or and not including if there was a large gathering at someone's home that may be able to accommodate 300 people.
Mm-hmm. So certainly you could define it that way if you wanted to attach it to single family homes. I think the issues that have been experienced have not been of that nature, and we were certainly trying to make it very narrow. But if you wanted to extend it to single family homes, you certainly could do that.
I'm just sharing some of the concerns, and you'll probably hear this in some of the public comment. The other thing is, you said from 10 a.m. to 5 a.m. like
12 a.m.
Oh, 12. Okay.
Yes.
You said 10 a.m. I was like, whoa.
Oh, sorry. Okay. 12 a.m.
When I look at the agenda item, these are all happening after the curfew time that we've had in the past. These are happening during that time. And I know that we worked with the county, and the county's done a curfew in the past, and I don't think people are very receptive of a curfew, but we're really basically doing some type of curfew by saying that we can't have all these pop-ups and these gatherings like these large gatherings, because it is not because we don't want people to get together. I think that needs to be clear. We're trying to prevent the spread. We're still a hot spot, and we're opening parks. And so people are gathering on Fridays and Saturday nights, and then they're taking it home, and then the kids are going to bring it to the park or take it to the school. So we're just trying to figure out how to mitigate and stop these large gatherings. People send me pictures all weekend of large group gatherings, and I just send them on to city management so they can get it to the police, so we can go and try to break these crowds up or try to prevent them from happening. If we know about them in advance, we try to make sure that they're already there so that they won't gather. So I understand you're at wit's end. When I read the command report and see where the police was all over town trying to break up these groups, it becomes a staffing issue. And so it's not that we don't want people to have a good time. We're trying to be safe out here. So I think that needs to be clear that is why we're looking at doing something like this.
Excellent.
Certainly that is expressed in the intent and the whereas clauses of the ordinance.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. Several questions. I understand from the agenda item that typically it has been the property owner that has reported this. Is that usually the case? Like at these service stations, the property owner has called and said, I've got these people, and if they're gathering on private property that way or on a business parking lot, what is the responsibility before it gets out of hand of that business owner or property owner to report what's going on and to have a police presence? Because this doesn't happen all at once, that 300 people show up on a property. So what is the responsibility of the business owner, and how are they going to be brought into this? Because they could play a role in preventing it.
Commissioner, if I may, we do work very closely with the business owners. We don't have really any authority if they don't want their parking lot cleared. Some of those are calling in now, so that is where some of the complaints are coming from. Okay. But the vast majority of complaints are coming from the community when they can't get into the gas station to get gas, when they can't get down their road because cars are parked all over the sidewalks or even blocking the street, and people are out dancing in the street as they were this weekend. It's those type of issues where the community and members of neighborhoods are the ones that are calling us for those. So we are starting to get a little more compliance from the businesses. That's still a night-by-night issue for us. And if they're unwilling to, they basically have to close their business, and that allows us to clear the parking lot for them, and then they open up once everybody's gone. And some are willing to do that, and some are not.
Okay. Chief, could you talk about the locations of these? Are they predominantly on the south side of town? Are they around the universities? Are they north of town? Can you talk about the locations where these things are occurring?
Yes, sir. They are primarily on our main thoroughfares. You know, they happen most often at convenience stores, gas stations. You can see from the sheet that you have there, there's several on North Monroe, some down on South Monroe, many on Tennessee Street, Pensacola Street. That's typically where they are. We do have some down around Nassau and some of the others where one of the bigger ones happened. But they are all over. And the problem is my supplemental staffing, which kind of also goes to, you know, the question Commissioner Matlow asked at the last commission meeting about how much money are we spending on these type of things. You know, we have to have 5 to 8 additional officers out every Friday and Saturday night just to deal with this issue and just to deal with the amount of people that are out. So when you do that amount of officers times, you know, their overtime rate times 10 hours, you know, it gets very expensive very quickly. And so we're trying to look for some ways to mitigate that, trying to, again, make sure that we are doing everything that we can do as a city to make sure that we don't have more random acts of violence at these type incidences. And then, you know, the question is asked, why weren't we doing more? Why didn't we look at some other options to do that? So we're trying to do that ahead of time and be preemptive in those discussions.
Okay. And Chief, can you tell us who's attending these events? Are they primarily young people, student age, senior citizens, black, white, female? Who are you seeing attending these events?
Yeah, they're primarily college students. Age, I shouldn't say college students, it's primarily age. I know one of the large gatherings we had that's in your packet, the information we got on that was the vast majority of that crowd was from Gaston County. Okay. Come over, you know, just for that particular purpose. But as far as the race and gender makeup of those, I don't know. I would say it's very mixed. I know many of the parties that FSU is dealing with and FAMU is dealing with, that primarily are their students. So those demographics match the students that are there at those universities. But we see that all over town, and it's a mixture for us. And again, it's just about, you know, there is no social distancing going on. There are no masks being worn, you know, and then again, the safety concerns that we have. So we're just trying to mitigate those risks.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Mayor. One, so whenever these things occur, wherever they occur, they're being targeted. None are being ignored if you know about them. And you're using the same procedure right now, just to kind of go in and disperse people, say, hey, this isn't legal, you got to get out of here, and you're pretty much getting compliance. Is that what's happening now?
We get compliance when we have the cooperation of the business owners. If the business owners are not being cooperative, and there are a few places in town where that occurs, then we don't have any authority. We can ride around and we can ask, you know, people to leave, and we can ask them to social distance. But, you know, for the most part, you know, the groups that are gathering in certain parking lots know whether that business is going to shut down, and then they have to leave. And in those cases, they do. Primarily, most of the time they leave. It takes them a while, but they'll leave. And then
how about in the neighborhoods, Chief?
We typically don't have too many in the neighborhoods. Okay. That's really not where our big issue has been. So again, we get plenty of calls from the neighbors when those happen. And we get down there pretty quickly, and they know they're not supposed to be there in the neighborhoods with those type of parties, so they disperse pretty quickly when we go to those.
And so just one last question. So if you've got 30, 40, 200, 400 people at one of these events, who do you determine gets the citation?
That's a good question. You know, and the hope is that by having some additional enforcement means, especially in those cases where the business owners are not being cooperative, we really have no authority to disperse that crowd at all. In those type of situations, once we start, we will just basically start, you know, when we get there at the edge of the crowd, you know, and start issuing citations moving in, and then hopefully everybody else gets the message, you know, and leaves pretty quickly. And then we don't have these recurring, you know.
do the non-compliant business owners, are they fined, or could they be fined for, not complying with, if it was in the ordinance?
So in the current draft of the ordinance, it is proposed that that the owner, operator, or landlord could also be fined.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all my questions.
Dr. Bryant, and then Commissioner Matlow. Folks, I really also want to get to public comment as well. So Dr. Bryant, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I was going to follow up to Commissioner Richardson's who's the population. I think it is critical that we establish, and I'm sure you already probably have this to some degree, some kind of collaborations with the universities. If these are primarily university students, and both universities right now have consequences to ignoring COVID-19 rules, regulations, and I think that the more that we can work together to try and figure out how do we either report back, do we bring that particular law enforcement officer on the scene, whatever it is, because until we do this as a collaborative, I don't think that we'll be taxed with doing everything. So I would suggest strongly that we get all vested parties in a room to come up with a recommended plan of action. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow, any comments before we move to public comment?
Yeah, well, I'll ask the questions of the chief I had, and then I'll save my comments for after the public comment. Chief Rebel, are nightclubs still closed by the state ordinance?
They're not. They're open to well, nightclubs, yes, I guess they are. Correct, Teresa? Yes. Nightclubs are, yes. I'm sorry, I was thinking bars, but bars are nightclubs. Yeah, bars are 50%, but nightclubs are closed, yeah.
Of looking at the incidences on Saturday, how many do you not have the authority to disperse, or have you not been able to disperse on a typical night? Or I guess that's not a typical night with 12, but
yes, sir, that was our busiest night for sure. I don't know specifically. We'd have to look for those. I don't know. I'm gonna turn around and look to my staff to see if they might have the answer to that. Anybody know? I think they're moving where they're going from. But we don't know how many of those businesses have TPWs or no. So we can certainly get you that information, but I don't know it right offhand. So.
Okay. Another question would be the proposed ordinance is 10 or more, but it seems like the huge crowds are the issue. So why 10 as opposed to 50 or 100?
I'll let Mr. Jackson. No, I'll let my
in addressing that. In addressing that in the ordinance, we were primarily relying on the CDC guidance and how they had initially said that was the group of folks, in terms of COVID and exposure, that was the limit that was initially set. So that's why we went with that, because the idea was to mitigate COVID, and we were trying to stick close to that in terms of purpose.
Okay, thank you. And the last question of concern for Chief, we heard a lot of public outcry of the arrests that happened after the protest based on video evidence and that sort of thing. So it was addressed as these parties happen, if people attend them and they're being recorded and their license plates are being recorded, what is the implication to them after, if they had just cleared out, they just showed up to a party and they cleared out that night? I mean, are we expecting to see them to get a citation? Are we expecting the colleges to
No, that's a great question, and the only purpose of that would be for the colleges to use, universities to use for their administrative infractions that they have, to identify their own students that are there after hours and not, FAMU has a curfew. FSU has said publicly that they will, anyone that's not social distancing and is seen out, in these large gatherings will face sanctions. So that's the only reason for that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have comments I'll save for after public comment, but I do want to discuss the large events that we've been seeing during the daytime as well.
Sure.
Excellent. Let's go into public comment. Mr. Cook.
There we go. It took me a minute, but I figured it out. Mayor, we've got, by my count, there are about 7 people who are on this meeting who had spoken earlier, and I know at least a couple of them had indicated interest on this item. So what I'll do is just call each of those names that I still see on the meeting, and if they're interested in speaking on this item, give them that opportunity. And then when I've called each of those, if there's someone else who has connected that I had that I did not see, then we'll hear from those. So if that suits you, we'll begin with Sierra Bush Rester and then Whitfield Leland.
Hi, everyone. I understand that this presents as a decent idea. You know, as someone who has been continuing to isolate with a family, I do take COVID precautions extremely seriously, and I do find it problematic that people are meeting in large gatherings like school and football games and, you know, sports and parks that will also continue to spread. And I don't trust Chief Revel, and neither do a lot of people in this town. And I don't trust that he will enforce this in a way that is equitable, in a way that is fair, in a way that's not classist, and in a way that's not racist, given that his department has shown nothing but classism and racism. And what I find more problematic about this proposed ordinance is that it does not address single-family homes, which, need I remind you, and as someone who grew up in this town and as a college student in this town back in the day, I went to many a house party where there were 300 people inside a house of college students, all bodies close together and dancing and all of that nature. So this isn't going to include those, nor does it actually include, because if I'm not mistaken, much of our fraternity houses, which were several of the ones having very huge parties, are classified as single-family homes, which means they are not going to be under this ordinance, which applies only to apartments. And so I think that if this is going to happen, it needs to be reviewed a little bit more carefully, because I don't want to give our police department that kind of discretion, that kind of power, because not only that, but I don't trust them to just nicely hand out citations to people, because when they were met with peaceful protesters, they hit them, they dragged them away, they broke noses, and they hurt them. So just imagine giving them that kind of discretion to people who may be intoxicated and may not want to listen right away in parking lots. I don't think that that is an acceptable thing to do, and I think this needs to be reviewed more before it needs to be passed. I agree that it's a good idea, but it needs to be carefully laid out, and you need to partner with FSU PD and FAMU PD. And if this doesn't include single-family housing and campus housing, where, again, a lot of the stuff is happening, where you're having parties on FSU campus and in the frat houses on FSU campus, TPD needs to be able to have jurisdiction to be able to break up those parties as well, because those are the majority of the spreaders. And sure, if that all is going to be in an equitable way, where the FSU students living on campus and single-family housing is addressed, then perhaps this is a decent idea. Furthermore, if this is going to be implemented, people need to be given at least an hour's warning before TPD shows up, and they cannot be showing up in riot gear as they did for peaceful protesters. And I think that all of the officers, if they're going to show up, they need to leave their guns at home, as our cops are trigger happy and have killed several people in this town.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Whitfield Leland, and then Anthony Suarez.
How y'all doing? I'm not gonna say I'm against this. All I'm asking that we really look at what we're doing, clarify what we're doing, so it's no, so we can hold whoever accountable if anything go wrong. I'm not with. I mean, if you're gonna give somebody a citation. We already in the pandemic. I get hundreds of calls right now to pay a light bill. You know what I'm saying? Even though I know it's irresponsible if you can't pay a light bill to be out hanging out. But at the end of the day, I really think that if we're gonna, and then from what Chief's saying, it's mostly college age students. So why is it so important for it to come from the city of Tallahassee? Why it can't come from Florida State PD or FAMU? So, and my thing is, if we're gonna do it, let's do it for everybody. And I don't care if it's just such a narrow, but let's make it for single family homes. If we're gonna do it, let's do it for the city of Tallahassee, not just part of the city. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anthony Suarez, and then Jim Reimer.
Thank you. First, I'd like to echo what Commissioner Matlow brought up. It does seem like a pretty gross overreach that this is citing gatherings of 10 or more people, considering that, as the chief himself expressed it is the huge hundreds of people gatherings that are perceived as the actual issue. So it seems like a pretty significant overreach to have these capabilities given to the police for gatherings of 10 or more. Also, I think it is a very relevant question to ask how many of the gatherings that were referenced, I believe this past Friday, the 12 gatherings, how many of them were actually outside of the jurisdiction of TPD to break up. I think that is an extremely relevant question and should definitely be addressed before this is the commission goes forward with this. I would also like to say that I'm an FSU student, and as disappointed, and I take COVID-19 restrictions very seriously. I stay inside most of the time, but and as much as I may be disappointed in the actions and irresponsible habits of some of my fellow students, what I am far more disappointed with is the complete hypocrisy by John Thrasher, the president of FSU, having 17,000 people in the football stadium, who we have accounts now of people who were there. People were not wearing masks. The police, no one was enforcing the mask wearing guidelines. And I am never someone to say that the police should be accosting people more, but I think that it does, and that's not what I'm calling for at all, but it is very concerning that the president of FSU is now threatening students with academic suspension and other sanctions when he is still holding football games with 17,000 people in one place, regardless of the size of the stadium. And other FSU sponsored events. It's basically, FSU saying you can gather, but only when, only under our conditions and only when it fills our pockets to some extent. So I think that's extremely concerning, and I think that that if football games were not going on, then students wouldn't have a reason to gather in a lot of these circumstances. So I think that the person who should be looked to change their course of action is not the students, but the president of FSU. If indeed students are the biggest issue in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be John Reimer.
John Reimer at 176 Park Brook Circle, Tallahassee, Florida. I again want to echo what the previous speakers have said. However, one topic that I noticed was the 10-person aspect, and the fact that we allowed 17,000, I thought it was 20,000 people plus in the FSU football game to just basically be a huge pool of people to spread COVID. And you're going to tell me that this is to help mitigate COVID-19 spread? But yet we're over here opening up parks, schools, football games, bars, you name it, we're opening it up. So to tell me that this isn't some sort of racially driven, attack to the disenfranchised community is a slap in the face, because I think when we're talking about giving TPD the ability to use racially racially driven facial recognition software to, issue citations and arrests or whatever they deem necessary, I guess is what they end up doing. It's frightening. You're talking about 10 people, but yet you let 17,000+ people get together and did nothing. That's astounding. So don't sit here and tell me that this is to help, prevent the spread of COVID-19, because that's a joke. This was a rushed piece of literature, and it's obvious just by the single fact that it was pushed before this meeting even started. Just before this meeting even started, this was incredibly rushed. Don't let this pass. And if you do, please pay attention to what Sierra Bush-Rester said, because this needs to be heavily reworked. And I understand that this is an emergency, situation that Revel is talking about. I understand that, this is a emergency situation that we're in right now, but we need to really, really talk about this, really break it down, because this just isn't right. It needs to be broken down into, a better understanding of what's actually happening and what the motive of this actually is. So please take your time and do that for us, for the citizens of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kayla Norris Barber, and then Margaret Moore. Mr. Barber, would you like to speak on this item? I hear sounds but not speaking, so I'll go to Margaret Moore.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I wasn't expecting it. I'd just like to echo what all the other speakers have shared. I just find it worrisome, troublesome, scary, overreach, all those adjectives that were used. I know maybe it sounds like it's the same 6 people asking for the same things over and over again, but to sit here, and having been sitting here since 1:30, this is a privilege to take part in this meeting that far too many of our citizens and leaders will never be able to take an afternoon like this and pay attention to what is going on around here. I am glad it's being recorded. I'm very disappointed, and I just please think through the consequences before you pass anything on staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harold, can you please mute all lines except for who the speaker is so we don't have the background noise, please? Thank you. Jim?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could say this, you all are aware that I'm trying to facilitate the meeting that I said I would do at the last meeting at 7 o'clock. So I'm not rushing us, but I appreciate all of the conversation. But I want to say this, that we have citizens who live in neighborhoods who are complaining about this. And, there's close to 200,000 people in the city of Tallahassee, another 100,000 in Leon County. So for 300,000 people, we're trying to do the best we can for for everyone. We appreciate the public input, but we also get comments and conversations outside of this meeting. And I have gotten many, like I said, I get pictures of groups. I get neighborhoods saying that they've tried to do something about this. They are afraid as well. And they call the police, and they expect when the police come to clear it out and to do something. So sitting where I sit, and again, I appreciate the public comment, but if you sat where we're sitting, you're trying to decide the best way to move forward for all of us. And right now, we're in a pandemic. And if we don't do something, we're going to be in this pandemic longer than we need to be. And so we're just trying to figure out what to do. We're no experts on this. We don't know what will work. We're just trying to figure out how to keep people safe, how to give people an opportunity to be able to not be shuttered into their homes all the time, but we've got to do it safely. And so our city attorney followed the CDC guidelines. Nobody's blaming the CDC guidelines because it's changing every day. And stuff goes up and stuff goes down. So we're not controlling that. We're trying to be guided by that and by the medical professionals. So I just want to just appeal to the public who's listening to us. We are trying to do the best we can to keep all of us safe. There are 200,000 people who have lost their lives to COVID. 200,000. Think about that. And we're trying to get us out of this rut by trying to do some things according to the information that we get from the community. So I'm just saying, I'm not asking you to cut me in the slack. I'm not asking you to cut us in the slack. I'm just asking you to please try to understand. We are doing the best we can. We don't have a crystal ball. We're just trying to figure it all out too. So thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we know that you have to leave early. So when you need to excuse yourself, please excuse yourself. And thank you for what you're doing this evening. We appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, let's go.
We did have one more speaker, Elizabeth Winchester, and I think Commissioner Williams-Cox, Mayor Pro Tem, did speak to the fact that Geraldine C., and there may have been a couple of others who would have wanted to speak, but Elizabeth Winchester is the last person we have connected. So I think we'll go to her and then turn it back to you.
Okay, yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, real quick, I'd like to reclaim my time in order to respond to Ms. Williams-Cox notation earlier about the Citizens Review Board versus the I guess it's the Citizens Advisory Council. May I have a few seconds to respond to that?
No, ma'am, we're on a tight 3 minutes, please.
Okay, so I'll include it here. So to respond to her earlier, the Citizens Advisory Council, the first meeting was Chief Lawrence Revel was present there. That was on July 13th of 2020. It was at the next meeting, I believe, where they were discussing physical force, and that instructor did indeed use the N-word and also made the statement that I repeated earlier regarding George Floyd. Moving on. And they're selected by the same people. I mean, the people, so, same people in charge. As far as this emergency order, I guess I just have to echo, what I heard earlier from everyone, from Mr. Weimart to, just everyone, Anthony Suarez, to call this something, to claim that the purpose of this is to make us more safe from COVID-19, I just find that disingenuous. And I just guess this must have been put together rather quickly because it's pretty easy to see that it's targeting a select group of people. And again, as has already been stated earlier, if our community was really regulating COVID-19 and enforcing, let's say, the mask mandate, I wouldn't have had a friend this week last week who caught COVID-19 from Kavakazi on West Mill Street because the owner went into quarantine and tested his workers and they were positive and he was positive and just kept operating and never made the public aware of it. And in following up on that, in spending 2 full afternoons this week in researching how would I report this event, I learned that, in fact, he's not breaking any ordinance. He's not, and that the only agency here in our county who can enforce the mask ordinance is Leon County Sheriff's Department, who I guess would then refer it to TPD. So in a long way around, I guess basically we're supposed to call TPD every time we see someone not wearing a mask, or the Sheriff's Department. So I mean, it just doesn't add up with as was mentioned earlier, the football games and school, and I think the entities that were not included, that were excluded from this emergency order, the only one that doesn't appear to be a special interest, again, for the city of Tallahassee would be the shelter, I guess, because every other one the churches, colleges and universities, restaurants and bars, they're not targeted. And it's pretty clear who's being targeted here. So again, I would request that while I'm for controlling situations that might be spreading COVID-19, most definitely, I would ask that you hold off on this until there's adequate notice given to the public, because the only people that are aware of it in the public at this time are those people who are already signed up for this meeting. And I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cook, do we have any other public comment?
I do not have anyone else.
Mr. Mayor, I do have, as Jim mentioned, Jerry C. I told her I would provide her comment if I could do that quickly. She says that because this emergency proclamation centers on social and recreational gatherings on weekends primarily, how does this new prohibition affect the peaceful protest gatherings occurring throughout the city and the county? What wording can be added to distinguish between and among social and recreational gatherings and peaceful protest gatherings? Those were her comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know of any of the protests that have occurred between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning. That's certainly one huge difference right there. This is, as the attorney said, it's limited to those hours, and the protests have all occurred during daylight hours.
I agree. Okay, so once again, let's come full circle. Mr. Manager, what direction are you looking for from the City Commission this evening?
Mayor, before he starts, would you mind if I clarify something?
Please.
I did want to clarify that actually it is the recommendation of the Florida Department of Health, and if you go to their website, you will see that they recommend no gatherings of 10 or more. And that's also stated actually in the ordinance.
Thank you. Chief, I want to make sure that we're very clear on the record. Are you using facial recognition software? Well, this or any other point police in Tallahassee?
No, sir, we don't currently have any of that.
The only thing we use is we do faces. Yeah, the sheriff's office.
Yeah, we have there's a program statewide that's called Faces, and we do use that program, but it's for a different purpose. And this again is just recording for the university purposes.
Tell me about your conversations with university police departments and sheriff's department in regards to these pop-up parties as well. And it was mentioned about the apartment complex parties and the pool parties. And are you aware of additional steps that the law enforcement community on the campuses will be taking as well?
Yeah, we had a conference call with Kyle Clark with FSU and with Terry Brown and the sheriff and I and some others talking about this very issue and how we were going to address the gatherings. You saw the videos from the Saturday of the football game and those that were happening around some pools and some apartment complexes that 300, 400, 500 people all there together. So we had already started that partnership. This was just a formal way to say, hey, we're also going to include these pop-up gatherings that have, again, trended towards becoming more and more active and more people. So we have already started that partnership. Again, the great partnerships that we already have, we use in all of these things, but those conversations have already started and are just continuing more, again, with the addition of the pop-up gatherings.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Richards.
A couple of questions for, one for the chief and then one for the attorney. The university campuses, it was mentioned that the fraternity houses would not come under this ordinance, or would they? Would those be under the jurisdiction of TPD, or would they be under the jurisdiction of the campus police?
We primarily work hand in hand with FSU and with FAMU, but for sorority and fraternity houses that are on campus, yes, are their jurisdiction. They deal with those. unless they call us to assist with those. Ones that are off campus, then we work together on those as well.
Okay.
Primarily the ones on campus are, again, they're all within the city, so they're within the jurisdiction. But they primarily take care of those on campus, and we take care of the ones off campus.
Okay. And then finally, for the attorney, Mr. Mayor, can we include in the ordinance the single family dwellings? It was mentioned that, there are some that can accommodate 200 or 300 people. And there seemed to be a concern that that single family residences aren't included. Madam Attorney, can you?
Yes, we could include those. I think, as I said, what we were trying to do is really target those types of places that had been problems for the police department.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further comment, any direction, any motions?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
I'm willing to continue this conversation. I'm not ready to adopt an ordinance tonight, just based on the limited time to be able to review it and dig into some of these details. I'm continued to be concerned about the large pool party type college gatherings that we've seen as far as COVID is concerned. But I also want to make sure if the large gatherings are our target, I do think we should look at all of them, including the daytime parties and the afternoon parties that we've been seeing, to try to limit those to stop the spread of COVID. I'm concerned that because our nightclubs are not open, that seems to be the cause of this spilling into our parking lots, and respecting the people who are not engaged in any criminal behavior, but going out to try to have some fun, with other things closed, like recognizing that not everybody there knows what they're getting into, whether that's going to be a citation ahead of time, and then whether a citation will even deter 400 people. I'm sure there's a limited amount of people who can be cited at a time. So I want to make sure we continue to have the ability to disperse those crowds whenever we see them. But I also want to make sure we uniformly do that, and I think that has to be to the large, gatherings of 300-400 people at a pool party as well. So, those are my thoughts on it. Not ready to move forward today. If there are other thoughts on it, or if anybody wanted to even bring this back for a one-item thing in a week, just to make sure we can have some sort of enforcement quicker, I'm open to that as well.
Other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Commissioner Richardson.
A question for the chief. Are these pop-up parties a problem during regular daylight hours? I know that they've happened, on football weekends, but do we see it happening during the week? At apartment complexes or in parking lots, or is it?
No, sir, we don't see the pop-up gatherings. Like Commissioner Matlow said, pool parties, the college type, those type of parties are during the day for the most part. Obviously, ones around football games, are going to be around before, during, and after those times. But the pop-up gatherings that involve the vehicles just showing up in parking lots, that is almost solely Friday and Saturday night from midnight to 5 a.m.
Yeah. Well, I guess I would agree with Commissioner Matlow in that respect, that, if a large pool party is going on at a college town apartment complex on a football weekend, then the same consequences should apply. That, if it's under TPD's jurisdiction and you all go in, then there should be citations handed out. Or if, FSU PD goes in, then, those people that are students at Florida State University ought to suffer the consequences of participating when the president said not to. So that, I agree with Commissioner Matlow in that respect.
So, Mr. Mayor. It's sounding like we have some unreadiness, and but I know the timing is of the essence in that, you know, the weekend is coming up and it seems to be growing. I am willing to let's continue the conversation. And Commissioner Matlow said for another week. Let's see what this weekend looks like. Let's send a message that we're contemplating this, and that this behavior won't be continued, and that we're meeting next week or whenever we can notice the meeting to discuss moving forward with some type of enforcement to stop these large gatherings.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, I certainly would like to see the business owners be held responsible, because I just believe they're allowing this to happen. I think that, you know, you got 200-300 people in your parking lot and they're drinking beer and buying cigarettes and, you know, maybe smoking a little something and get the munchies, and they go in to buy something to eat. You know, that could be an incentive for you just to kind of ignore what's going on in the parking lot because you're making, I'm not saying that that's happening, but, and so whatever we do, I think that there should be significant penalties for those business owners that might allow this to happen. Because like I said, if there are 20 people gathered in their parking lot and they don't want that to be happening, they can call when those 20 people gather and not wait till it's 200. So I would agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that maybe some more discussion and, you know, considering issues like that, as well as the daytime pop-ups, as well might be included in all of this. So I would agree with, you know, maybe taking some more time, see what happens this weekend, and then if we have to call a special meeting to address it, I would certainly be willing to make myself available for that.
Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me add to that. I think it's critically important to get stakeholders involved in the development of whatever that protocol will be, because the more buy-in we get up front will help predict results. That's the first thing. And then secondly, remember, if you restrict me from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, I'm going from 10 to 11. So let's just think a little bit broader in perspective to ensure that whatever we come up with as guidelines, that we have buy-in and that it actually does discourage the behavior. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So it sounds like that we're not in any position to move forward with an emergency order tonight, which I also agree with. But let me tell you something. I'm extremely frustrated. And I also have a hard time believing that we don't have anything on the books that we can enforce that prevents 300 to 400 people gathering illegally in a parking lot of the Sunoco or the Circle K, especially if you're drinking. I thought you couldn't drink in a parking lot within 500 feet of the establishment. What about loitering? We have to have, and Cassandra, I'm asking, I always thought that the public nuisance laws were pretty broad, specifically for these type situations. When you got 400 people gathering at 3 o'clock in the morning, at a business, and unfortunately in this community, I think in the past couple of years we've had 2 or 3 shootings that has taken place as well. There has got to be some type of ordinance that we have in place in regards to public nuisance that would allow us to go in and bust it up. What about the governor's executive order of no more than 50 individuals? Where does this leave us, Cassandra? I just find it hard to believe that we cannot break up a gathering.
Well, There certainly are some laws on the books dealing with loitering and public intoxication and those kinds of things that can be enforced. But the governor's order, as you may recall, is now only guidance. Mm-hmm. It has no teeth in terms of the number of folks that can get, it says we recommend no more than, 50 be gathered together, but it is only guidance.
Okay, well, and that's two different issues, loitering, public nuisance, and then obviously what the governor's recommendation is. I would encourage y'all to turn over every rock, look at every ordinance that we have. Do we have any tools right now that the Tallahassee Police Department can use and law enforcement can use to take care of these pop-up parties at night? And I also agree, these pool parties at these college apartment complexes, like the gatherings, hey, for shame, we can't do this. And the owner of the gatherings in these other apartment complexes that are having these parties, I think I saw a picture of one at the Onyx as well. No, we're not going to tolerate this either. My colleagues are absolutely correct. Whether it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the morning, having 300 or 400 people is not it's not safe for our city. Now, there was some earlier comparisons about don't be hypocritical. You're doing youth sports, and why can't they have parties? Well, we're putting in measures in place for social distancing, wearing masks, being able to move forward carefully and safely. But here we have a situation that is dangerous, and I think we've provided enough direction, colleagues, on this issue, and we certainly appreciate it. Mr. Goad, Chief Revel, and Ms. Jackson, keep us posted. Hopefully, we don't have to have a special meeting to discuss this item, but I think you've heard from us that we are prepared to do so if we need to. All right, seeing no further comment, let's move on to 13.05, please. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're seeking your approval to approve the collective bargaining agreements covering the units represented by the PBA. Which is conditioned upon their anticipated ratification, I believe, on October 1st. It's necessary to take this action given the timing that the contract expires on September 30th. You don't have another meeting before then, so we're seeking your conditional approval. I'd like to highlight a few conditions in the contract that is being considered. It has been agreed to by the negotiating units, those representing the city that we've kept you abreast of, and those representing the members of the PBA bargaining units. The economic package, which tends to be the heart of the agreement, is for no pay adjustment in fiscal year 21, 4.5% step in years 2 and 3, which are fiscal years 22 and 23. A 3% increase if the officer is not eligible for a step, so they would get a minimum of 3%, as well as the implementation of what we refer to as flex bucks, which is a cash supplement in fiscal years 22 and 23 of $625 and $750 respectively, and a COLA, automatic increase in their pension payment beginning at the age of 55 for those that are retiring in the next 3 years, as well as the parental leave benefits that have been provided to the city employees, the general employees already. So that's kind of the basics of the package. You're familiar with it. We've been keeping you abreast of it, and at this time we're seeking your approval conditioned upon the ratification by the PBA bargaining units.
Move approval based on staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have this is a last minute item as well that was brought. Mr. Cook, I'm assuming you don't have anybody for public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right. Okay, we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Richardson. I will second the motion. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may add one comment. If you approve the item, would appreciate you giving us one piece of flexibility. One of the provisions in the contract attached to the agenda item uses the word heir or heirs. That specific term, heir, is not used in our ordinances or defined anywhere. If you just give us the flexibility to work with the city attorney to appropriate language. I think probably surviving spouse, something to that effect, which is already in the ordinance, and I don't think this changes the intent of either party, and we'll confirm that as well. Just want to make sure we have the flexibility to make that one language change consistent with what the intent is and what our current ordinance language is. That'd be great.
Sure. Commissioner Richardson, I'm sure you're fine with that.
I'd accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion.
Great. Okay, any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 4-0. All right, do we have any other business to come before the City Commission under policy formation and direction, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, no more business.
Okay, we are on unagendaed business, unagendaed speakers. Mr. Cook, do we have any speakers this evening?
Mayor, I believe each of our speakers we've heard from earlier, but I'll go down them quickly. Wiz Benoit had registered, but I believe was unable to connect or had to leave the meeting. Sierra Bush Rester, who had yielded time earlier, but I'll give that opportunity at the moment. I'm not seeing her open her mic. Whitfield Leland for additional comment on unagendaed items.
I'm good. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Same thing, Elizabeth Winchester. Any unagendaed topics that you would like to speak to?
No, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. And the last that had registered to speak was Joseph Batavia, but I don't believe he connected to the meeting. Oh,
I registered to speak as well on unagendaed items.
Okay. Give me 1 second there, and I'll come back to you. Yeah, so I don't see Joseph Batavia. Correct. Yes. Ms. Rester, go ahead.
Hey, so I noticed that the mayor referenced Ron DeSantis, our governor's, frankly, fascist proposals to quell protests and resistance. And I think that's a little unsettling. And I think that I agree, and I'm glad that you guys are putting a stop on voting about this later for a special meeting. But if this is going to be passed, there's a couple things that have to be mandated with it. It needs to only be applied to people who are drinking. Try and cut back on daytime issues. That is going to affect the protesters. They're not using drugs during that. I think that that is what needs to happen. So like I said, this needs.
We were able to hear parts of that. You dropped out a little bit, but.
Very much, sir. I do appreciate it. We're sorry that didn't work out quite. Let me state for the record, I know that she misunderstood me because we weren't referring to anything from the governor's office that had been recently announced. We were referring to the executive order that he put in place many months ago dealing with the number of people in large gatherings. Ms. Jackson, any other comment on that by chance, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
I was just, as you're correct, I was just explaining that the governor's order, I believe it was 139, basically changed to guidance that the number of folks who could gather, it was a recommendation that there'd be no gatherings of 50 or more. And then I corrected also that it was the Department of Health that set the standard for no more than 10.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Cook, do we have any other speakers on unagendaed items?
No, sir.
Excellent. We're moving on to Commission.
Real quick, I think I have a better connection now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Take a minute to please wrap up your comments.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this misunderstanding. all that I am saying is that if we are going to continue with this ordinance, and if this is something that we're going to do, we need to make sure that people who are exercising their right of free speech are protected under this ordinance, and it needs to only apply to maskless gatherings and to gatherings in which alcohol and other illicit drugs are being used. Thank you.
Now, sharing of ideas, we will start with Commissioner Richardson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things I have. One is I've had conversations with Adner Marcelin, the chairman of the Human Relations Council, and they have been trying for some time now to get amendments to their bylaws, to update their bylaws, to get that considered by the commission and approved. It's been approved by the treasurer clerk, from what I understand, and the city attorney. And so what I would like to request, Mr. Mayor, is that that be agended for our first meeting in October, if I can be assured that that will happen, because they've been waiting for a long time now to make this happen. And so I don't want them to have to wait. They've been pretty frustrated by the lack of their ability to get this on our agenda for consideration. So if I could be assured that it will be on our next agenda, I would appreciate that.
Motion on the table for the, I'll come to you in just a second, Madam Attorney. The motion on the table for the Madam Attorney to bring an agenda item back before the City Commission in regards to amending the bylaws of the Human Relations Council. One technical note, Commissioner, it is not approval of the Treasurer Clerk or the City Attorney. It is our approval.
But they've talked with both and gotten input, I would imagine, is what he was referring to. Yeah.
And I look forward to a full legal analysis on the proposals as well. I just received the document recently too. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Madam Attorney, you wanted to provide comment as well?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure it was clear, and I think you cleared it up. The city attorney's office did not approve the bylaws. It was just a matter of looking at them as to form. Yes. And I'm not clear. I mean, certainly we can do a legal analysis, but usually the clerk handles the boards. But however you want to do it, obviously.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like both. I think that's what the chairman might have been referring to when he used the word approved, that they had just reviewed it and didn't see any problem from their perspective. I can only guess that that's what he was referring to.
Excellent. Yeah, if the attorney and Mr. Cook could work together, that'd be great.
Yes.
This item. Fantastic. Any further comment?
I would just add, I think it would be helpful to just have a cross-out version to see what's changing between the old bylaw and us.
Excellent. All right, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Mr. Richardson, Commissioner.
And finally, Mr. Mayor, and the city manager and I have talked about this. I know he's run it by Ashley, but I brought up the issue of renaming the Lincoln Neighborhood Center after Freeman Lawrence, the last African-American principal of traditional, I guess that's the word to use, Lincoln High School. And I would like to see that come back to us at an upcoming meeting as well. There are many in the community who are very interested in that and want to see it happen. And so I'd like for that to come back to us at an upcoming meeting next month.
All right. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that. Have we voted on that one previously? Or is this...
No.
Okay. So this would be come back as an item.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously 4-0. All right. Commissioner.
That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Commissioner Bryant.
No further comment for tonight. Thank you, sir.
Great. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 items, since we actually got done when it's still daylight outside. I'll take the liberty of bringing up. One, the folks at I Hope, Bart Bibler, Maisha Mitchell, and Tom Taylor, worked on a poverty summit over the last year, and they would like the city commission to consider joining a leadership roundtable with other stakeholders. I think the first step would be having a workshop to just get introduced to what their ideas are, what a roundtable would look like, and what came out of that poverty summit. So I was seeing if there was interest in having a workshop or an agenda item come back to discuss that.
Mr. Matlow, I think you should be our contact and represent us and sit at that roundtable and be part of it, and then you could bring recommendations out of it.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I think it'd be beneficial for the entire city commission to be engaged on the items. I think it would come with many recommendations that the city would. The implication would be the city would take up items and the county would take up items, and Florida State and everybody would work collectively. So this wouldn't be creating the roundtable or anything. It's just the discussion of how the city could be more involved.
Okay.
The second item I had, I wanted to get clarification on the Wilani Amendment workshops. And I know we voted to hold a workshop before the final adoption and put us on a schedule, and the county is on, it seems like, their own schedule. And I wanted to get clarification from the city manager. Our workshop, where we'll take public feedback, is that expected to be combined with the county's adoption date, or what are our scheduled dates for the workshop and final adoption?
Yeah,
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate the question. I think that's good clarity. So I believe it was at your last meeting, the City Commission indicated a desire to have a workshop on October 13th as opposed to the final adoption hearing. That was a joint date with the Leon County Commission. The Leon County Commission subsequently discussed it and said, yeah, they would also like to have the workshop on that same day. And so you can continue to take advantage of that jointly scheduled meeting. I believe the County Commission's meeting earlier that day, and the adoption hearings were scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. There are a handful of other items that are scheduled that I believe will move very quickly. My estimation, I've talked to the experts, certainly within 30 minutes, they'll be dispensed with, and then you can move into the workshop mode. I think there's adequate time. I know I've heard from some to say maybe as much as 2 hours. I think there's ample time to accomplish that workshop. So you would be working jointly with the Leon County Commission to take the input of the public, have the workshop, take staff's presentation, and give good feedback. And I believe it would be probably virtual, but we'll see how that works. The governor would have to act to extend that ability to be virtual. If not, it would be in person, and we'll work through all those details.
Okay, yeah, my preference would be to have that be a standalone workshop so we can just really dive in to those details. I know, many times with these long projects, we end up in 4, 5, 6 hour meetings. The second concern I have is, we decided to set kind of a schedule of how this would roll out when the City Commission voted. And, obviously we're in the driver's seat of these Wilani amendments because we're the applicant, the city's the applicant. So I want to make sure, we maintain control and make sure we're laying out the process that's fair to the public and what we committed to the public that we would do, because I would hate to see, this workshop rush through and then a final adoption rush through a couple weeks later when we laid out a timetable that gave more time for public input and more people time to digest those decisions. It seems like we finally got to a good working relationship with some people who were critical, and I want to make sure we maintain that relationship and that trust that we built over the last few months as we develop these. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, and I may need some help on this. Commissioner, I understand the point that you raised, and staff has worked to contact the DEO. That's the state agency that ultimately that grants approval regarding the extension that the City Commission said go seek an extension to give adequate time beyond the end of the year if necessary for the adoption. We find ourselves in a relatively unique position where we have a joint comp plan with the city and the county, and there's actually been different kinds of feedback from DEO. Ultimately, I think the last feedback is that each party, whether it be the county or the city, could seek an extension that's relatively easy to obtain. But the other party could move forward on its own with its adoption of the text amendment. So it's entirely possible that the county could act. If you're not in agreement, I think that the October 13th workshop provides for an excellent opportunity for you to meet jointly, to work together collectively with the county, and at that time give direction if it's different than what you've done before. But I think that's your opportunity in that joint setting, hearing from the public, having the workshop to give direction at that time. But the parties could act independently, and the city can't control the timeline for the county, and the county cannot control the timeline for the city. So I think it will be very important for that to be worked out on October 13th.
Okay, so, but I mean, would it be likely to get that extension, the city's request, if the county already adopts it or does not, support the extension?
I'm probably way out of my depth at this point, but the feedback that we've gotten from DEO is that the request for an extension would likely be granted. That doesn't sound like a high bar. Clearly, you'll have to take into consideration the desire to have close timing of the adoption of the text amendments, because ultimately it will have to be the same thing. So, at that point, I think that's when you're working with your colleagues across the street to try to agree on a timeline. But the granting of the extension does not sound like that will be a difficult thing.
Right, yeah, no, I understand that. I just want to make sure, the city's position is, as we push forward kind of what we voted on and what we'd like to see happen, the county's going to do what the county's going to do. But I think, the city has, decided to listen to the input and really take that to heart. So I hope we would continue with that sentiment to make sure we get this across the finish line in a way that everybody can be agreeable to. Notwithstanding, pulling the amendments altogether, the city has to, if the county is not willing to, do the right thing in this motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further. Well, let me weigh in. I have no interest in pulling the amendment, and quite frankly, I like the county's time frame. We voted on ours before they voted on theirs, and so I am more inclined to reconsider at the appropriate time and actually take up the county's timeline so that we can move forward together. But that's for another day for all of us to decide. I have nothing else. Everyone have a wonderful evening. This meeting's adjourned.